Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this April the 15th meeting of the Ways and Means Committee. Let's rise and recite the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. All right. I will do the roll call as we're in here, but everyone had a chance to look at the agenda. Moved and supported. Any discussion, any additions or changes?
We do have some amendments, this being a consolidated week with the moving of public safety. You'll notice we've structured committee action items so you can see what moved from Public Works and Human Services and then Public Safety. So those will all have to be added to the agenda. Under Finance Director Report 14, items D and E were added as part of our closing out and doing reporting requirements under state law. And then the last is under item 20, Capital Improvement Program, we're moving to next month. It was already a large packet and we weren't able to get it done in time, so that'll allow commissioners more time to review that CIP in May. Those are the only amendments.
All right. The motion is on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approval of the agenda signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, approval of the minutes of the March 13th meeting. Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? We are now down to item 6, limited public comment. If you'd like to address this committee, please come to the podium, state your name. You'll have approximately 3 minutes. Seeing no movement in the audience, we will move on to item number 7. 24-25 audit update. Just giving that report.
At this time, I'd like to ask our auditor, Principal Nate Balderman, to please present.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You have nothing but good news for us, correct?
Absolutely.
There you go. Thank
I
you.
just have a short part of what's in your packet here, only a couple hundred pages to go over in the next couple of minutes. Thank you for your time this morning. It was once again a pleasure to work with the county this year, completing the audit. This morning, I'm just going to kind of briefly go over what the overall results of the audit are. You have 3 different components to the audit or reports that we produce. Not going to go over in detail the 200-some page report, just tell you overall what our opinion on those financial statements are. There's then also a single audit report, spend a little bit of time in there, and then the communication with those charged with governance and talk about that as well. Also, we'll take some time to talk about the overall audit process this year, where things stood, and then I think there is at least one item that we've been requested to discuss related to the health department. So overall, just as a summary and a reminder, our overall objective, what you hire us to do, is to issue an opinion on the financial statements. That it's state law that you get the audit performed, and as well as a requirement of the Single Audit Act, because you're under federal guidance. So we perform that audit, and our purpose really is to give an opinion on that 200-page document. It's not to overall to detect fraud. It's not to issue findings. I mean, that's ultimately not what we're trying to do. There are things, though, that come out of the audit that, as a result of the audit, if we find things, we have to report things back to you. So on the financial statements themselves, we did issue a unmodified opinion, or a clean opinion, which is what you're looking for. It means that the financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects, and you can rely on the information that's in there. It's important to note there's a lot of different things that go into that, a lot of different materiality levels under governmental reporting. There's all kinds of, it's a 200-page document. Our focus is on kind of that front section, and we have different levels of materiality based on what we're looking at. So something that might not be significant to the overall government may become significant because of the type of fund it is, or those types of things. Dollar amounts of what we're looking at change based on the different funds. So, but again, overall, we're able to issue an unmodified opinion on the financial statements, which is what you're looking for. As a part of our audit, then, as a part of our risk assessment process and a part of our standards, we're required, if things come to our attention during the audit that raise to a level of what's called a material weakness or significant deficiency, we're required to report those items to you, but it's not an opinion on internal controls. It's just a matter of things that came up during our audit. So that's reported in that separate, smaller document, the single audit report. And in that report, it reports on the federal awards, but it also reports on those internal control issues that come up. So we did have one finding related to internal controls that raised to the level of material weakness. And this is an item I talked about, the different materiality levels, where, if you looked at the government as a whole, on the government-wide basis, it wouldn't have raised to the level of a material weakness. But because of the specific funds that we were looking at, the items were material to those funds, and it became a finding for that. And basically, if we have an audit adjustment during, it's almost automatically a fine. It's considered for a finding if we detect something that management didn't detect, and as a result of that, an adjustment had to be made. The adjustments actually were made, so that's not a concern. The adjustments got made, and the balances that are shown in the report reflect those correct amounts, but that's where that material weakness came in. On the federal award side, we tested 3 programs this year. 2 of them were in the health department, the WIC program, and then kind of a newer program, the Injury Prevention and Control Research Grant Program. And then on top of that, we also tested Child Support Services Program, which it's kind of back. It was kind of the program that you're almost guaranteed to test for a very long time until all the ARPA dollars came around, and the COVID dollars that were there kind of raised the amount of funds that you had. And so that kind of, because it had been tested for so long, kind of dropped off for a while at a lot of our counties. Pretty consistent at our counties, where that was the guaranteed program we test every year because we needed it for coverage, and now it's back. So as a part of those, then we have to issue an opinion on compliance on each one of those. We did have a clean, unmodified opinion on the WIC program and the child support program, and then we had a qualified report for injury prevention and control research program, where we had a finding related to procurement suspension debarment, related to sole source documentation, those kinds of things. It really was similar to a finding that we had a couple of years ago that the county has been working with Treasury on, with the ARPA programs. So that was what that finding was related to. There was question costs, but again, it's the definition of what a question cost is if there's non-compliance related to specific dollar amounts, we have to look at those things. It's not disallowed costs. We don't disallow costs, and frequently we see that it's a matter of documentation, when the documentation came in, those types of things, and we suspect in most cases that would be cleared up, and in our experience, there really isn't a recapture or anything like that with those. But that's what our finding on that one was related to. So those were the only 2 findings this year that were reported in the single audit. We also then issue the communication with those charged with governance. In this, the letter that's there relates to or reports on many things that were required under standards to report, so we put it in writing to make sure that it's communicated. The things to really highlight that might change each year, talks about, on the second page, talks about change in accounting policies. There was a new standard that had to be implemented this year related to how compensated absences are calculated. Won't get too much into it, but it was a lot of work on management's part to go through and change how the calculation is made. There's a lot of frustration across the industry on how much time is put into something like that that's really not that significant generally overall to the government-wide financial statements of most governments. A lot of work, actuaries aren't required, but in a lot of places I've heard, I actually had one client that I'm involved with that actually hired an actuary to calculate it because they said the way that the standards are written, they want you to project out what's expected to be paid out as earned. That's basically what changed. It used to be just what was going to be paid out if somebody left, which was very common and made sense to a lot of people. What they added in was to that is if it's going to be paid out when somebody leaves, it's also what somebody's going to use as vacation in the future. Something that's potentially very difficult to calculate, and overall, we're glad we're just done with that first year of implementation. Going forward, our risk assessment from our point will go back to the way it had been. It'll be from an audit perspective, there won't be a lot of work, not that management won't have the work to put into it, but hopefully there's templates, those type of things that are created so that it will minimize the amount of additional time. But it definitely will be more than what it used to be going forward. So that was kind of the major item. The other thing, the other significant item relates to counting estimates. There are various estimates that are made in the financial statements. It's a part of government accounting, part of accounting in general, of what has to happen. We identify those things that we consider to be significant, and therefore also have potentially a significant risk that you have to look at. And the most significant of those, and what's included is the estimates related to your pension and other post-employment benefit plans. So the next part of what I would talk about is attachment A to that letter, then is where we have our comments and recommendations. These are items that don't raise to the level where we would call them significant deficiencies or material weaknesses, but those items that where there could be an enhancement in processes to make sure that items are that improvements are made where necessary. In addition, we can also, those items that might not raise to the level of, we are required under standards to report material noncompliance in areas other than federal awards in our reporting. The item that was here was not material, so we didn't include it, but the state does have a requirement that they ask auditors to check a box in their auditing procedures report that we submit as to whether or not banks' reconciliations are performed on a timely basis, and they define that or give guidance that says, in their view, that's within 6 weeks of month end. And if those aren't being performed on that timely basis, then they want us to report those items. So it is a best practice. It is a good practice to make sure those are done. The bank reconciliations were behind this year, and so that's what this comment relates to, is the fact that those were behind. It is something that when we were initially starting field work, they were still being worked on. Melissa was able to get them caught up and cleaned up by the time, so that we could audit them and everything, but it was beyond that 6-week process. So we're just recommending that be looked at and make sure that going forward that those are done on a timely basis. So the next attachment is, we talked earlier about the standards that were effective this year. There's 2 more standards that are effective coming up over the next 2 fiscal years that have been issued by the Government Accounting Standards Board, or GASB. The most significant is probably GASB 103 that's going to be required to be reported for fiscal year 2026. And that's actually going to change kind of how some of the financial statements are reported. Thankfully, when they first started going down the road with the standard, they call it the most significant change in financial reporting since GASB 34, which is what gave you the full accrual financial statements, government-wide financial statements. That happened back in 2001 is when that started being implemented. They were talking about completely changing areas in how things were reported in governmental funds. Thankfully, they didn't change that. So that would have changed potentially some of the things that you would have seen in your general fund, those types of things. So this new standard is going to change where you see certain information. For instance, budgetary discussions about variances and changes are going to be moved from your management's discussion analysis to the required supplementary information right behind the footnotes. There's also going to be a change in reporting in your proprietary funds, your enterprise funds, so like your delinquent tax fund, and rehabilitation services, those types of things are going to be, it's going to change how things are reported and some of the terminology that's used in those financial statements. There's various other changes, but those are kind of the more significant things that you're going to see in next year's reports. And then the other two upcoming standards are related to how certain capital assets are reported, specifically those that are held for sale. So if you have a capital asset that's expected to be sold in the next year, there's a change in how that's going to have to be disclosed going forward. And then in fiscal year 27, GASB 105 will become effective, and that really is related to how subsequent events are disclosed. So those items that come up after year end that don't have to be recognized, but are significant enough that they need to be disclosed. I don't think there's going to be any major changes really that affect the county on either one of those last two statements, but those will have to be evaluated in the future. So with that, just to talk a little bit about the audit process this year, when we did start the audit, things were a little bit behind, both for the county in general and the health department. We worked through all of that. Obviously, we were able to issue the report on time. But again, we appreciate all the efforts that happened. I mean, we knew, especially Melissa was working very hard to get things done and get things to us as quickly as possible. And we appreciate all the efforts in making sure that was done this year so we could issue things timely and get it out. And really, we didn't even push it up right up to the deadline like we have in some years. So we did get it issued a week before the deadline. So the other item that came up as a part of a discussion, it really has come up the last couple of years, is related to the presentation of the health department and the inclusion in your report. So each year, we have to do, as a part of our audit process, and really the county is doing this as well, maybe a little bit more informally than what we'd have in our documentation, but really is looking at, you have to assess and determine, are there any entities that need to be reported as a part of your reporting unit? And you go through their standards. There's been, I think, 3 separate standards that have been issued related to the reporting of component units. And so as a part of that, you have to go through any legally separate reported entity and determine there's predefined criteria that have to be met for certain entities to be included in the financial statements of the county. And those have changed over the years. What you have included has been very consistent over the years. But the standards have kind of tweaked and changed over the years. So the health department is one of those where all of the criteria that you go through, when you come down to the end, it really comes down to, if you strictly go on the criteria as legal definitions, it comes back as not a component unit, not a part of the county as a whole. However, there's a criteria that's included that's misleading to exclude, where you have to you can make the assessment of saying, yeah, I know that's what it says, but there's other circumstances where you feel that an entity can say that we feel that it would just be misleading to exclude. Over the years, it's really been a part of, kind of how how their funds have been held, those types of things has been made the decision, but it could go either way. It really is at the discretion of management of the board as to whether that falls in. So that's something that continues to be evaluated. I think we talked about it last year. It's something that has to be annually evaluated as to whether it makes sense, whether it meets that criteria. And my understanding is that's an ongoing discussion. And from our standpoint, it really could go either way. If the county to make the decision that that's no longer misleading to exclude, we would agree with that conclusion. If they say it's misleading to exclude, it really is one of those gray areas in the standards that, that would be completely okay as well. There was some discussion of putting something in writing. It's kind of one of those where when you're issuing a report and say, oh, no, we don't think it's misleading to exclude or whatever, it kind of puts that, well, then why is it in there in the first place? So, but it is completely appropriate to evaluate that and continue to evaluate that going forward. So I don't know if Ben or Melissa have anything that they want to add to that discussion, but that's kind of where we've been at.
Yeah, I'll add a little bit, and I'll just say we'll cover more when we get to the finance director update. But I will say there's a resolution in here for the board to consider. We have had discussions with the health department and about is an organizational fit just because of how statutory requirements and then the programs that are being run and whatnot, treating them more like road commission and the medical care facility where there's still component units. They're just not reported through our audit, and they would do their own audit. So we'll have that discussion later. But I'd note, the county recognizes the recommendations of the auditors. The year-end procedures we're revising to include more rigorous review of the financial accounts listed. We're committed to improving the procedures surrounding fiscal year-end and implementing those. One of the things we did even prior to this, because we identified going through the audit, we need capacity. So we brought the finance and budget manager to you all, and you approved that. So that will go a long way with helping us making sure like the statements are getting reconciled within 6 weeks. And then I'd also note for us and the health department as well, the material weaknesses do not represent intentional errors within operations. However, we see this as an opportunity to bolster internal controls because that's the objective is the controls are in place to prevent any type of intentional error reporting to occur. So we acknowledge and appreciate that.
Thank you.
I would just add that all of our component units that we have are analyzed every year. And there are a couple of other units that we, as an organization, say it is misleading to exclude. So that could be other items that could be removed from our audit procedures as well. So just to be transparent with you, the Drain Commission, the drainage districts are a component unit that could be removed if that's the decision of this board. However, I do not recommend it, just based on the monetary flow-throughs that come through our office. But
And I can speak to that one a little bit, and I don't know why I forgot that one, but that one was actually part of the issue in previously up until it was either last year or the year before. The state of Michigan had guidance that basically said, yeah, you'll include the drains, and then they updated some of their guidance. I was actually on a committee through the Michigan Government Finance Officers Association, their standards committee. Occasionally we'll work on different projects for the state, and one of the projects was updating the guidance that they had on component unit reporting. And one of the discussions was meeting that criteria. It did not technically meet the criteria other than the misleading to exclude. And so we had recommended, and the state followed through with it and kind of left it open. Like, we're not telling you anymore one way or the other whether it should be, where in the past their guidance said it is and it shall be. So there wasn't a lot of standing to be able to exclude that in the past, but it is something now where it's really open to each county that has a drain commission to make that decision to determine whether it's going to be included or not. I will say I don't know of anybody that is decided to exclude it yet at this point, but it is one of those, like the health department, that if you walk down that criteria, the flow chart, it's in that realm of where it's at discretion. So.
Any questions, comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Chairman Mott.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. I want to thank you for being here and giving the report, but I also want to thank Melissa because this is a stressful time. And I see it on her face when I go in there this time of year, but also because we've been short-staffed and you did an incredible job, and then Connie leaves because I know she was your other person, that you go-to person, so you did an incredible job, so thank you very much.
Mr. Haskell.
So for the health department, being that this is not just the Eaton County Health Department, how does that play into the fact that Barry is part of the health department as well? Do they have to participate in the audit, or is it squarely on us?
So because we are split, it's a 3-3 board. Because of that, that's actually why it's we have said historically it's misleading to exclude. We have the fiduciary responsibility. But because we don't have controlling interest in the board, we could say they need to be on their own audit. We could even say they don't need to be included on our financial statements because we don't have the controlling interest in that. Now, the fiduciary aspect will be something that Barry and Eaton have to work through on how do we finance their audit and that section. But in talking with the health department, they are actually they are in favor of doing this on their own as well.
Okay, so for our responsibility, what we've been participating in thus far, does Barry also have like a similar audit that they do, or is it?
No, they do not. We have borne the audit responsibility since its inception. And so we have included and paid for the audit of the component unit for the last many decades.
And provided their IT services?
Yes.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
So, as a follow-up to that, but they always have their own audit over there.
No, they do not. This is their audit.
If we divest in the sense that we pass the resolution
they
that's in the
will.
packet, they would then have an annual obligation to do their own audit, separate. So they'd have to do an RFP, a bid, pick a vendor that's not helping them with their normal day-to-day operations, and then they would be subject to an audit. Same as road commission and medical care.
Yeah, and I will say, there's many regional entities like this that are completely separate. They're not a part of another county or local unit of government. I mean, you have fire authorities, you have different things, even some that are structured exactly like this, where they're even split. So it wouldn't be unheard of to have them completely have their own audit and not be included in the county's financial statements. But again, whether or not they come in and they fall in, I think ultimately the decision is made for them to have their own audit, but whether or not that's included, I think would have to be determined. Again, it'd be one more thing. If it was separate audit, but included, we would reference the other auditors in our report if they were a component unit, like we do those that have other auditors here as well, so.
Any other questions or comments? All right, well, I appreciate you condensing 300 pages into a matter of minutes in your summary, so. We have before us a resolution to accept this audit. Moved and supported. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, thank you, sir, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item 8, committee action items, and we have a few before us. Ben, do you want to address these individually?
Can do. So we have a change of conditions fee waiver request that was moved out of Public Works and Human Services. This would be a fee waiver for the county related to Crandall Park. I believe it's an amount of $800, so that was moved favorably to this committee for consideration. Do you want to do one by one or do committee?
If we can do the related items together, that would be fine, but
Perfect.
this would be separate then.
We have a resolution to amend funding agreement or opioid settlement funds with the trial courts here. This was just, we're doing these opioids and we did the agreement for 12 months and we're looking at making that standard 2 years in the future. So that way groups that get an opioid disbursement because they applied for a grant, have more time to expend the money. So that would be amending there. Maybe we do it line by line, because some of these are bigger items, so, yep, yep.
So item A.
I'll move that.
Okay, any discussion, questions, concerns? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, Ben,
Okay.
back to item B.
Yeah, so this was moved favorably for consideration. We'll adopt a standard that reflects this practice. If there's any questions or discussion, we have the courts here as well, so happy to.
Discussion, questions, comment? Anyone from the court here? Anyone want to address this?
Good morning, Melanie Achenbach, Deputy Court Administrator. So I believe this, we submitted a request for funding proposal. It was approved by the committee and awarded. And I believe this was the first request for funding proposal session that went through where money was awarded. I believe there was a staffing change with the Michigan Association of Counties in there. Everybody was learning. So although our grant contract started in April, the grant wasn't fully signed until June. We didn't start expending funds until August. We've really only been expending funds for 6 months. So this extension will really help us assist participants with this intended purpose, which was stable housing and drug testing for an additional 12 months from now. Any questions, concerns?
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion on this and a support. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposition? All right, item C, Bank Intercounty Drain Grant Opportunity. I'm sure a lot of people would like to hear about this.
I'm sure that this is the point where I was like, yeah, line by line be better. So everybody knows, Delta Township and Bank Intercounty Drainage District that represents 1,900 property owners. 94% of that expense is an Eaton County expense, 6% is Ingham County, so it's an inter-county drain. It's shared between the two districts. This has been a spearhead of a point where it's really elevated the discussion about drain infrastructure, how we fund these projects, how these projects are communicated to the public, that is now playing out in the legislature, and I think a positive way in some elements. But we have gone aggressively at trying to get state and federal aid for these infrastructure projects because of the burden these assessments represent for those 1,900 property owners. We have already gotten a $5 million that was implemented and reduced the bonding costs. With help from Angela Whitwer, we were able to secure a $2.5 million additional grant. So in total, this would be $7.5 million Eaton County has been able to secure to reduce the construction expenses of this drainage project. And we're not giving up. So Logan will give more of an update, but as we continue moving forward, infrastructure is one of the big priorities we are putting out there as we ask for federal and state consideration. So moving this would reduce the construction expenses of the project. The bonding has already occurred, so the drainage district will have to go through and evaluate if the project cost comes down, what that will do for individual homeowner assessments. I believe the intention at this time is that reduction would lead to a reduced assessment on property owners and businesses and churches, all groups that reside within that district is the intention. But the drainage district will be the one that has to do that calculation and methodology. We would be approving a $2.5 million grant through Eagle, and we would administer it. This will be something that is not eligible for 15%. I do have that grants and donations and contract policy for revision down in the bottom. Like we've talked about previously, under the current policy, we'd need a 2/3 override. We can do staff time of salary plus 40% of their fringe for time taken to administer this grant program, which we intend to do. We see that at most probably being $70,000 or less, just depending on the time between our office, treasurer's office, drain office. But we plan on time docking that through the grant process. But whatever we can do to get the most aid to homeowners and residents is our intention. So that is the motion before you.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion or questions? Commissioner Haskell.
Yeah, when the drain district goes to calculate out how this changes the bonding, is it possible to have them come in and kind of give us a quick 5-10 minute rundown of how the changes happened?
Absolutely. I think that's important, not just here, but also to the Delta Township meeting. So
Yeah.
while I won't speak for the drain office, I can tell you, I think that makes absolute sense. Yeah.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Comments, questions? All right, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Very good. Item D, out of Public Safety, jail agreement for medical psychiatric services.
This is using existing funding and contracting directly with a provider who can provide the jail with timely medical assistance. So if they have, my understanding how this works, if they have someone in the jail who is being disruptive and needs to be sedated or something, they can do one, but they can't do it if the person continues to have problems after that, unless they have a provisional expert weigh in and evaluate and give the authorization to use medication in such a situation. So this would give them the ability to do that in a timely fashion if they have somebody in lockup that requires that. There's existing money in the budget for it. This would just be locking in who we would use for that service.
I'll move that.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. On to item E, concerning the jail also.
Absolutely. So this is just a refresh of an agreement that hasn't been completely updated. I want to say, I think it was 2017 or 2018. Oh, it's right there on the screen, 2017. We should be updating this annually. Through the budget, we updated the appropriation amount. We just didn't come back and update this contract. This is the same amount that was appropriated for the current fiscal year, and I would imagine we'll just try to update this every year with CMH, but this provides, I believe, part-time service. So there's like part-time FTE that provides these services from CMH, and this was something that we discussed last year through the budget process and something we wanted to secure and protect. It helps from a liability standpoint, and it ensures that we're able to get mental health services to people in the jail when necessary.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion, questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, very good. On to item F, again, Public Safety, resolution to submit a vote of the electorate for renewal and restoration of the juvenile millage. Ben? We have a support. Okay, moved and supported. Now, Ben, would you like to address this?
Absolutely, yep. So this millage is not actually expired until 2028. One of the reasons we're doing it as early as we are, and the same with the 911, which we'll get to, is due to election changes. There's no state funding for off-year elections. So in order to do this, have this question come up and present to the voters without incurring about $160,000 to run a special election in an off year, we're running it this year so we can start the dialogue. This juvenile millage represents about 1.7 million of our existing budget. That money is then used to support our youth facility and program services directly to youth. It does have that match component, so the dollars that we're spending have 75% return back from the state dollars. So these are obligated services to provide. If we didn't have them, we would have to come up with the general fund substitute. In addition to that component, if we didn't have these services, we would still obligated have to send them out to other communities. So as of right now, as we have capacity, we have people sending kids to us, and the rate is between $350 a day to $1,200, depending if they have medication needs, if they have counseling needs, if you add that up. So the cost for this, so it's a very good investment, and it pays really good dividends in addition to helping Eaton County youth and people that come here not getting tied up into the system before they hit their 18th birthday, right? So a couple facts related to this. The millage is, so in 2029, based on a median home sale price right now in Eaton County, $230,000, the millage at its total is $40.25 a year. broken down on $1,000 of taxable value. That's less than a penny per $1,000 of taxable value. Because this is a renew and restore, we're not asking to add a bunch. What the add is 17 cents more a year to do the restoration on that. So as we have discussions with members of the public and we are educating, at 17 cents, we are able to support what we have and protect what we have.
Any questions or comments? Commissioner Wright?
I have a comment for the people who are not aware that it supports our programs and services needed for our children and families that need these programs. And the judges actually determine a lot of what the services are. So if this needs to pass, because if it doesn't, the judges are still obligated to assign those type services. So for the people who are watching that aren't familiar why we need a yes vote, there's some also information.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaver?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to repeat Assistant Prosecutor Anderson's language yesterday, I guess as best as I can, it's almost incalculable societally what happens when we're able to remediate or divert young people out of the correctional system and back into society. And so our program has a high success rate for that, and this is really important, I think, for the voters to consider. A lot of people are considering dollars and cents, in this time, which I'm one of those people. I think it's important to understand the long-term costs in our county and in our culture if we don't have programs such as this that help get these young people back on the right path. Thank you.
If I can add to that too, and it plays as much for this discussion as well as the 911, but this body has had discussions about not renewing the medical care millage, which was related to an expansion at the facility there, which is paying dividends for the community and for the people that need care through there. And then the jail millage as well, which was also tied to an infrastructure expansion at the jail. Those two rolling off in 2029, we estimate is $101.18 savings on that median home price of $230,000. Obviously, that varies. Some people have been in their home 20 years. Their taxable value is significantly less because it's capped under Headley, how much it increases. Even though nobody feels that it's capped every year when we get our property tax increases, we get it. This is the relief the board is committed to trying to provide to homeowners in the ways that we can. So I just wanted to have that comparison. So in 29, when this is levied, the decisions the board is making today would reduce their property taxes by $101.96. This renewal restore would add 17 cents back. So the net is dramatically in favor of the property owners.
All right, thank you, Ben. Any questions, comments? All right, seeing none. We have a motion support? All right, all those in favor? All those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposition? All right, thank you, everyone. Item G, again out of Public Safety, resolution to submit a vote of the electorate for renewal and restoration of the millage for the comprehensive emergency telephone services, the 911.
I would move this.
Moved and supported. Any comments, questions, explanations?
I'll give a similar rundown as I did with the previous one. So this millage is also up in 2029, running it this year so we can continue to have those discussions. Central dispatch and our 911 services is something that is beneficial to all Eaton County communities and all EMS service providers that reside and do business in our jurisdiction. The cost to a resident with a $230,000 home in 2029, we estimate at total to be $109.25 a year, which is $9.10 a month. If you round it up, it'd be $9.11, which would be ironic, but it's $9.10 a month is the investment in our dispatch center. The restore factor is a 16 cents increase a year, very similar to the juvenile millage that we just had a discussion on. Again, per $1,000, this millage is less than 1 cent of taxable value for a property. Same caveats, if you've been in your home in a long time, we're working on getting a calculator set up so you could, like we did with the prior ones, you enter your address and see exactly what that computation is for you. So once that's live, we'll make sure that that gets out and communicated to residents, but using the median value discussion. Adding that 16 cents in 2029, again, the 2 millages that you all have committed to not putting back up at the $101.96 savings to homeowners, the 16 cents will continue to support. In absence of this, those costs will flow out to communities either through a service contractual agreement or through locals having to take the mantle up to provide dispatch services. So it's a scenario I hope to never have to administer, try to figure out how to comb through that. But in acknowledgement, we're asking voters to consider that, and we're asking townships and communities to consider that too. Off the heels of the budgets we've been through, I think it's a good time to have those discussions early.
All right, thank you. Any questions, comments? Mr. Shaver?
Just to piggyback on what the controller is saying, in reviewing what it would take for local municipalities to be able to do their own dispatch, I mean, this isn't like a frontier cowboy kind of a thing. There's lots of state statute for how this happens. There has to be redundancy capabilities within the communication. This would not likely, but guaranteed cost the taxpayers more money for each community to do it separately. And again, in these that we're putting on the ballot for the voters, they're all renewals in a sense. Even the road commission millage it's a replacement, it's not a renewal, but we're basically asking people if they want their government to continue the services that we're offering. I think all of these services are commendable. We've got great staffing in place, and it's something that the voters should very much consider, because in any of these, it's going to cost the taxpayer more money should these not pass.
Thank you, Commissioner Shaver. Anyone else? Commissioner Holmes?
When I look at these, the cost effectiveness of spending a little bit more, I think of it as a real life situation. You drive into the gas station, your tank is getting down low, so you want to fill it up, but you check your oil and that's low. So do you just buy gas and keep going? This person did, and it cost him a lot more by not spending that extra on a quart of oil or 2 quarts, whatever it needed. So try to get a basic analogy and really look at, you can understand the cost effectiveness of spending a little bit more or renewing what's going on, continue what we're spending. So that's all.
And we do have an overlap with our neighboring counties too, so that would be another big issue that we'd have to confront. So, any other comments or questions? All right, we have a motion on,
One other thing is the transfer of liability too. So as if a local had to take this up, and with planning and zoning, locals are having to wrestle with that. Like, once you're responsible for a function, you're responsible for it being done right and accurately. And if there's litigation associated with that because somebody thinks that you didn't follow procedure, it didn't adhere to the mantle of state law that comes with this work. So it's just a reality. I utmost confidence with our central dispatch and the operation we have here to really coordinate that work at a level that is getting citizens the help they need when they need it, based on available resources, and in a way that is also a protection for the county and a headache that the locals have not had to bear.
all right, thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right, motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposition? Item H, restructure proposal for central dispatch and emergency management. Ben?
So before you is an administrative proposal for restructure with central dispatch and emergency management. Currently, emergency management is a division, so it has a manager, and then central dispatch has a director of operations. Coming into this role, I identified that I think functionally this makes sense for a couple reasons. The division currently resides in the building with Central Dispatch. The division currently resides in the budget of Central Dispatch. Credit card procedures and approvals run through Central Dispatch, but there's no managerial capacity to provide that kind of service coverage. Yesterday at Public Safety, we allowed both the emergency manager and the deputy and the director of Central Dispatch to discuss. I welcome anyone that wasn't on that committee to go back and listen to it. I will be open. The emergency manager's not in favor, and Central Dispatch and I are. I look at this not from a person, but from a position and a function standpoint. I don't have that kind of time to be able to, check in and provide the kind of oversight that I believe is just functionally already in place and easy to implement on day one. My hope would also be that perhaps we could bring the whole department into the 911 millage, and if there's any room for additional cross-partnering on different projects that are going on, whether it's educating the public, doing active violence trainings. I see this as an avenue to be able to do that. That is why the request is before you. Today's action request is sending this to the consultant to evaluate if these changes would lead to a cost difference in terms of managerial responsibility. In a lot of ways, this is how it is today. I would just like to recognize it formally because I think it's time.
All right. So we're not taking any action on that today?
Just to authorize us sending it to the consultant, and then next month we'd bring back, this would potentially be the financial impact.
I'll make a motion for that authorization.
Or
Okay, moved and supported. Any other discussion, questions, comments? Commissioner Haskell?
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for the in-depth conversation we had yesterday. Honestly, this kind of kept me up last night because I have such great respect for emergency services, such great respect for 911. And honestly, I feel for Ryan a little bit. When he was hired to take the position, to be guaranteed that autonomy and the control over the department. So but I also see it from Kelly's point of view too, of like, hey, if I have to sign my name to any sort of financial stuff going through, so it's like watching two really good friends fight, and it's you don't like to see it. But I guess the only question I didn't ask yesterday that I would love to ask today is, for emergency management under this new proposed structure, do we have some sort of guidelines or guardrails that allow them to still work autonomously like they are today?
Yeah, we would put that in place. So functionally, the oversight would be just related to, I don't know, if somebody has a lull in their day and they have a couple hours and there's a project that plug in. It is not in my job description. It's an opportunity to fully utilize a resource. As we do this, it's important that if there's like an emergency, that Ryan has a clear line of communication to the controller's office. So we won't create an impediment where, for instance, if for some reason it was identified that a dispatch director was acting as an obstacle to that. Absolutely not. Literally what we're doing is just formally recognizing that for internal controls and for the departmental operations, that's the first person to go to. And with a lot of emergencies, it is a communication directly between Ryan and Kelly up front and then to the controller's office. So I had those same thoughts. I'm comfortable putting the proposal together because as I've evaluated it and had discussions with both the manager and the director, going back the last 3 years, were there scenarios where you feel like this would have adversely impacted that situation? And there wasn't one that came up, so.
Yeah, it's, like I said, it's one of those things where I've been on public safety ever since I've been a commissioner, and year after year after year, I've always been so impressed by, both of them. They walk in, and one's getting, awarded some award for whatever project they've worked on or getting recognized statewide, and I want to make sure that, the excellence that we've had for all these years going through remain there. So I'm very focused on making sure that we maintain that.
Yeah, and I will say we have a lot of phenomenal people at the county in a lot of different capacities, and I will just say changes like this are not disrespectful to individuals or to departments. You guys had to make a lot of tough decisions last year. The court lost 5 positions. The prosecutor's office lost 2 positions. The sheriff's department lost out-county road patrol. That's why it's not about the person. It is truly about what is the best operational functionality, and that's why I put this forward. We probably could have done this during the budget process last year, but there were so many moving pieces. I think it makes sense, and in the long run, it shouldn't impact anybody's ability to shine, right? So a good leader doesn't inhibit the people under them from excelling at their job. If they do, that's a leadership problem. I don't see Kelly as that at all. With the work she's done with Francis and with other members of her team, I don't see that being an impediment at all. And my point of view is this is an operational efficiency that I think should have probably happened in 2018. I can go back and talk to people from that time to figure out why it landed the way that it did. But as of today, if we're able to get that whole operation over to be paid under the millage and then support each other in like a co-partner way as they already do, it's a slam dunk for me. That's why it's here.
All right, any other comments or questions? Okay, by sending this out, Ben, when do we expect a response?
So typically it's between 2 and 3 weeks. I would anticipate by next Ways and Means we'll have the estimate provided. So we would be discussing it again next month. Then Ways would move it to the full board and the full board would make a decision.
So the May meeting.
Yep.
Motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right. On to item 9, County Clerk. Resolution to amend the Register of Deeds user fee schedule. Do we have anyone from, oh, there's Diana. Thank you for being here this morning. Are you counting the days or the hours?
I am, but I apologize for that. This will be my final ask of you. I'm requesting that the statutorily authorized fee be incorporated into our fee schedule for the deeds office. It just recently came to my attention how prevalent it is with other registers across the state. And it's just $5. That's the minimum that the law allows. There are counties, larger counties, that charge more for that search. We did a quick website search, and several of the surrounding counties, Berry, Jackson, Ionia, Branch, Livingston, several others charge the $5. And I'd like to include that into our list that are already statutory fees. This is just one that was never implemented here. I can't tell you the history of why. It's just come to my attention. Last year, we were asked to look for any ways to shore up our staffing because of budget cuts, and this is one of the ways that I could have, if I'd been aware of it, could have asked for last year. I think that was put into law to help ensure adequate staffing in this office.
Anyone have any questions for our clerk? Register of Deeds. Oh, your whole title, you got a big title. Oh, you have one more comment?
I wanted to say that I would like the fee to be waivable for veterans or people experiencing hardship, financial hardship, as our vital records fees are right now. And it would just cost the customer $5 plus $1 per page. Right now, they pay $1 per page for a copy, and their credit card charge is more than what they are charged here, so.
No. Questions, Commissioner Haskell?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think for the vital records, it was veterans and seniors, wasn't it, that we waived?
And seniors and hardship, we added that as
Okay.
well.
Could we add seniors into
Yeah.
this one as well?
That's a good idea.
Would that be okay?
I mean, we can.
Any other comments? Hey, do I have a motion to accept as amended to add seniors?
I'll move it.
Second.
Moved and supported. All right. Any other comments, questions? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. How many days do you have?
Well, what's the date today? Less than 20, I think.
Less than 20. All right.
19 and a half.
19 and a half. And we're going to have a big blowout party in the clerk's office, right?
How about?
She is motioning that is a no.
Well, then register of deeds, whatever. Okay, on to item 10, equalization and property description director, equalization report. Is Tim in the house? Gathering his stuff.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
That time of year, we were very busy recently with putting county equalization together. Values did go up pretty good this year, so that was good news. I want to thank my staff for helping getting everything balanced. We did have an issue with the City of Lansing that I was made aware of, talking to Ingham County, so I was working with them. We had a very large personal property parcel that was reported in Ingham County improperly. And that was supposed to be in Eaton County, so that was good news. It was actually for the battery plant, and it was a $65 million new account. So that was pretty big.
Good job.
How was that mistake made?
They just coded it incorrectly, and unfortunately in that situation, because the city of Lansing's in 3 different counties, you have separate reports for each county. And they had to actually redo the entire board review and redo all the reports because of that situation. So that was quite interesting.
All right, glad that was caught. Well, we got some questions for you.
Yeah.
Favor.
Is that, thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that a new mistake that was caught, or is that something from
That was-
several years ago?
This is a new mistake. This is a totally new account that just started this year.
Thank you.
Mr. Haskell.
So this is the battery plant right next to the GM facility.
That's correct.
The GM facility is part of Lansing, right?
That's correct.
So I'm assuming it's just because of the proximity they.
Yeah, they did a
lumped it.
425. It's basically on the similar land
Yeah.
that GM's been owning. And then they built the battery plant there, and then they've got it running. So now they've got a lot of very high-tech equipment there to run it.
Yeah, yeah. So if you ever like see that weird chunk in Delta that is carved out, that's the GM plant.
Commissioner Wright.
Okay, so, there's always this big, discussion, because the people who work at the GM plant have to pay City of Lansing taxes, okay, out of their paychecks. So now that we've discovered that the battery factory is not included, okay, those people who go to work do not have to pay City of Lansing taxes, right? At the battery plant.
I'm not sure about that because that's actually a Renaissance zone. And it's possible they may be exempt from city income tax. I'm not sure.
We can try to get it, we could try to look into that, yeah. I think also from a payroll standpoint, like, for instance, most of our payroll, everybody's 1045 Independence Boulevard, even if they're, you know, in the PD's office across the street. So we can try to figure that out, though, if there's 100 people in that small facility that's outside the zone for income tax purposes, how it's reported.
That
I think we'd
also
have to dig
includes
in.
the union people who are working on jobs over there too.
While doing the
Because-
construction and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like a geofence. If you walk in here, you're paying an income tax, you know?
Okay,
There was also good news with the Amazon plant that is obviously completed now in Delta Township. And they did bring in quite a bit of personal property for that particular property as well. I think it was around $30 million. So that was pretty substantial.
so Tim, do you know when those 425s are up over there? Because I think we got 3 425s in that area. But we extended it when they were gonna do the battery plant or whatever. I got told from my Delta Township elected people. So, because they would have already expired except for that new development. So do you have any idea when those actually are now supposed to expire? Is it
I'd have to take a look at that. I'm thinking though it's got some decent amount of time left before it switches back into Delta. I think they have some kind of sharing agreement though with Delta Township because they always ask us for a copy of all the 425 properties from the city of Lansing. So I'm pretty sure that benefits Delta Township as well.
I don't think it's that much, though. I think it was a formula. Okay, thank you, Tim.
But looking at the values, because of the big personal property that was brought into the city of Lansing, the biggest increase in SUV was the city of Lansing by far. That went up 43.3%, so it was a big increase. The second biggest increase we had was in Vermontville Township, 10.5% increase. We had Calamville Township that went up 10.28%. Brookfield Township went up 9.09%, and the city of Potterville went up 8.94%. So we had some pretty big increase in some of the smaller units. So the total increase was 6.8%. Breaking it down by class, the agricultural class went up 3.65%. Commercial class went up 3.6%. Industrial class went up 3.69%. Residential class went up 6.92%. Developmental was down a tiny bit. Total real was up 5.89%, and personal property was up 23.01% for the grand total of 6.80. That was slightly bigger than the increase last year of 6.32% and higher than the normal typical average. So that was good news. I need this obviously be moved to the full board.
I move this report to the full board.
Okay. Moved and supported. Any comments or questions? Tim, pulling out your crystal ball,
Yeah.
what's it look like for us in 5 years, property tax wise? Are we gonna keep things on the rise here, you think, with property values?
Yes, I think things are trending pretty good. We are seeing a little bit of slowdown in residential. I don't think the residential class is gonna be moving quite as much this next year. Somebody raise their hand? No, thought so. Anyways, but we are kind of concerned about the current situation with rising crude oil prices obviously going up recently, and we are seeing a tick up in inflation, which is affecting the interest rate market. I don't know if anybody's noticed, the interest rates have been going up, and so that's going to slow down real estate for the time being.
Okay, so if you got a house to put on the market, now's the time. All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, thank you, Tim.
You're welcome.
Next item, B, request for creating an apprenticeship program for appraisers.
I can talk to this. The nice thing, there's already money in their budget for training. This is just kind of formally adopting, and I see Justin up front there, so hey, Justin. Happy to have him as a member of the team. So Justin and I have talked with Tim, and we, as a practice, if we have an appraiser that's interested in moving from like a level 2 to a 3, we provide support financially to make that happen. This agreement just kind of codifies that, and our intention would be to help him get his level 3 and his level 4 in due time, which it will take a couple years. So those are heavy lifts, so I don't anticipate him to do one back to back. But if he wants to, we want to support him. This would allow us to reimburse him expenses related to that for the classes, testing, and then any reasonable materials incurred in effort to gain those credentials. It does have a recapture clause, so if we're investing, we want you to stay with us for at least 12 months. I don't think that'll be an issue. Justin's shared he wants to be here for a long time. Eaton County is required to have a level 4 assessor, so this is partially also selfishly an investment in ourselves.
Do we have a move and support for this?
I move that we support this change.
Support. Okay, moved and supported. Question, Ben, and maybe Tim. Will this be affected by our change in planning and zoning moving from the county level to the township?
I don't think so, but I'll let you answer that because that's more of a
No, we
technical.
still have the same amount of work that's required for equalization studies. So I mean, the appraisal side of it is still going to be very busy and continuing to be busy. That'll just affect possibly less applications being, run through the clerical side. But we still have to map those out and work with those local jurisdictions to make sure it's done properly.
So if there's splits and changes to properties happening, it'll still have to get reconciled back through
correct.
you, yeah.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay. And then on to item C, resolution to approve PA 116 farmland and open space development rights agreement.
Move this.
Okay, moved. Do we have support? Support, moved and supported. All right. Do we need any explanation on this? All right, I guess not. Motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All righty. Thank you, Tim.
You're welcome.
Now, Technology Services Director.
Hey, Nathan. Eric's trying this new thing called a vacation day. No.
What? What? Do we allow that still?
Yeah, thank goodness.
I guess you're in the hot seat then, Nathan.
Yeah. So Nathan Nybert, Deputy Director, Technology Services. I don't have any action items for you, but we're going to give you some project updates. First off, the public safety iPad project is nearly deplete. Just so everyone's clear, we give the first out fire and EMS vehicles a device that connects to CAD to send them to their calls. That is 100% funded by the 911 millage that we just heard about earlier. Second is I Am Responding app. This one, the initial configuration on the server is done, and I do know that a couple of the fire departments, usually it's the chief, they've already been contacted, so that their part of the setup is well underway. We're waiting on one last part for that to be completed. Axon equipment for construction code, that will all be arriving this month. And I do know that the policy has been worked on and is still being worked on with Controller's Office and Construction Code. Next is our vulnerability scanning. We have enhanced the system we have by going to a new system that we had previously used, which is fantastic. We have a friend of the court audit, and the vendor used the software. We liked it so much we decided to switch to it. It was about the exact same cost. That will be fully integrated by the end of the month, scanning everything here. Here's the fun one, the budget. So the major takeaways from the budget projection so far is that requests are up about 40%. So this is also expected though, as last year we didn't have many requests. So it really shouldn't come.
When you talk about up 40%, the requests themselves or the cost of the requests?
Just the request.
Just the requests. So the number of requests have risen by half again.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
There are a couple of major contributors to this, though, that are a large part of it. Number one is the Wi-Fi system here. Our current system is aging out, and it will be not getting security updates after 2027. So that's a very large project that is basically in every building we have here. The next one is kind of a double. We have the Axon Justice System, it's called, request from both the prosecuting attorney's office and the public defender's office. There is also a software replacement requested from the drain office that will essentially replace the existing system they use for the assessing.net program. Finally is the printer replacement project. We have a significant amount of printers that are they're too old. And unfortunately, they don't get updates, so we will need to replace them. Next on the list is the Fiddler project for the county clerk's office. That should be going live around mid-June, they're hoping for. Our department is fairly limited with the involvement. We need to install some software, some network connections, and then some of the kiosk installation. But that'll be kicking off here real soon, and I think that'll be a fantastic system for that office. And then finally, there's been a lot of work on the capital improvement plan. Sounds like you guys are going to see more about that next month, as we're still working on it. Any questions for me?
Mr. Haskell.
You mentioned printers, and I remember this being quite the hot topic in the past about people not wanting to let go of their printers. But I also remember that I thought we had organized some sort of service contract for printers and like kind of a revolving, getting old, bringing in new. Are these printers that are not part of that service contract, or did we end that service contract?
Nope, we are still doing that,
Okay.
thankfully. These are more specific to a lot of the multi-function printers.
Okay.
So commonly like a Xerox machine, something like that. So we've really done really great the last couple of years with regular printers. There's still a lot more to go, but these are the larger machines.
And I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong, in discussions with Eric, some of those printers, like, the vendor will only stand by it for so long. So you reach a point where the vendor's like, yeah, I'm not gonna warranty a 7-year-old printer. And so we're getting to that point where you do a refresh and then you have another 7-year service contract or 5, whatever the market's bearing at that time.
But for those larger, like Xerox style machines, who is our service provider for the printers? And I can't remember.
Applied Imaging,
Applied, no,
Applied Innovation, excuse me.
Does Applied Innovation also provide those kind of, those printers as well? Or
Yes, yep.
okay, so is that something we could look into to see if there's savings for adding that into a existing contract?
Yep, that's exactly what we're hoping to do.
Okay.
It will still cost money.
Two, you guys are exploring, do people need faxes or not faxes? Because having a fax integrated system is also a cost factor, and for offices that don't need it. So you guys are doing good work.
I'm shocked at how often fax is still used in 2026. It's appalling, honestly, but.
Yeah, well, there are offices like mine that are obligated under like state and federal law for certain privileged communications that need
Yeah.
to be secure. But yeah, for some offices that don't touch it, it's not worth paying for dust to build up on something, right? Yeah.
I do want to be clear, the departments have been generous in removing some printers, so we absolutely have made headway on that. There's probably a lot to go, but we have did quite a lot already.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
I would like to clarify the maintenance contract that you're discussing is maintenance only, and it covers the maintenance of the equipment, the toner, the cartridges. It does not cover the replacement cost as a printer becomes obsolete. So we still have to bear the burden of the cost if it becomes obsolete. So it's still expensive to do that when we have to replace our printers every 7 years. It's just the toner costs. They automatically send us new toner cartridges, and if we have any issues with rollers or drums or anything like that, it gets fixed right away.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I was under or at least in how I remembered it, is that they were actually providing the machines, and it was almost like we had like a lease going with them.
Correct. That is not the case.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments, Commissioner Barber?
Yeah, so since we're talking about printers and copiers, is it more cost effective to have the smaller individual in the offices, or combining everybody to the old school printer rooms?
That's a really complicated answer, actually. Every department's different. Generally, if we can use one large printer, that is typically the best way to do things. But because of sensitive information in multitude of departments, there does need to be more than one printer in many locations. Another great example, like for instance, is the booking office. They do a lot of printing in the jail, and there has to be redundancy for printers in there.
Yeah, I mean, really what I was getting at is if you went with a bigger printer, it would be more industrial, right? So we should get some more life out of that compared to the smaller,
It's the security updates that are really forcing the hand on this one.
Okay.
Not the actual like physical parts going bad necessarily. Once it's not supported for security, we have to get it out.
Okay.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, anything else, Nate? All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here this morning. Okay, on to item number 12, Public and Governmental Affairs Director.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Chair. I have a few things today, one of which is an action item, which I'll get to in a minute. But first, as you'll see in the usual analytics that I've posted in your packet, we saw a significant traffic increase from bots as well as residents accessing our site. A lot of that stemmed from media releases from the sheriff's office, prosecuting attorney's office, as well as the county clerk, where folks were using outbound click organic searches to look at the news, and they go straight to our newsflash site. So that's that uptick you're seeing. Otherwise, it's all pretty much standard. And then as well, for an update on AudioEye, we're seeing more high severity issues being flagged and then fixed by the platform. That has to do with the web content accessibility guidelines that are coming forth. They're kind of trying to up their game a little bit, which I'll talk about in a minute here. And so you'll kind of see some fluctuation on the severity listed there. But other than that, in terms of the web, anybody have any questions on those platforms?
Questions?
All right, I'm going to dive in. I'm going to try and be brief here, but essentially, as I've talked about over and over again with the web content accessibility guidelines, the ADA for websites, that is hitting our government based on population April 24th. And so these guidelines are, these rules significantly expand expectations for accessibility, as they should. And so we need to fall into compliance. AudioEye, which does a lot of work for us, and that is actually a bot that'll go in, find issues, and then they actually have a team of people that can go in and fix issues. Not all of them are fixable, and then that's where that report comes in. That's where I come in to try and address some of those. But there's quite a lot of, there's a big lift that needs to happen across all departments and offices. I've met with the executive leadership team. We've discussed this. I've given these guidelines that are in your packet out just as a jumping off point moving forward. As we're adding images, text, forms, external links, whatever it might be, we have to follow some strict guidelines. And then work backwards to try and address any in compliance that we have. And we've done a great job through the website revamp to fix that ahead of time, knowing this was coming. But there is a significant issue, really, that in terms of our PDFs that are on our site not being accessible. If you scan a PDF, it is not accessible. It strips the accessibility. If you have a PDF with a lot of images within it and you don't have alt text on those images, it is no longer accessible, and we are not in compliance. Things like that. So I'm working with a lot of departments, and I want to thank a lot of these departments who have called me and worked with me on some of these changes to clean out old information and old data, to edit moving forward, making sure that if they're adding something, they want to make sure that they're in compliance as much as possible. And it's not going to be something where it's necessarily going to be 100% right away, but we are working towards that, essentially. So I've given out some guidelines that hopefully will help as well. Departments are assigning an accessibility lead. We're planning to meet next month to go through, to hopefully give me and direct and IT enough time to kind of comb through essentially every page on our site to figure out, where are those gaps. AudioEye does a lot to identify those, but it doesn't do everything, which leads me to my ask, and I'm speaking also on behalf of Director Daly, who couldn't be here. We met with our vendor. We talked to other communities about how are they handling this, what are they going to do to try and fall into compliance before this rule hits. And it's a different answer. Some have deleted their archives as much as they can, which we're going to be doing some of that too, just outdated information or historical data that is no longer active or necessarily needs to be there. The problem is finding everywhere it does exist within our document archive and our document center. Some have bought other platforms or several different platforms to try and comb through different aspects of this. And this is, Eric and we think this is the best bet, and we met with Civic Plus on this. This is a platform called Doc Access. It comes with a steep price tag. It does. You guys have heard me talk about Civic Plus and my frustrations with that, but our site has a lot of data and a lot of information, so to migrate that somewhere else would be a very large lift that we simply don't have the capacity or the funds to do. And so as we look at this ADA compliance, this would come in the form of a budget amendment. Eric and I would like to see the prorated amount for this platform called Doc Access, which will actually take every PDF linked within our archive and everything else, make it fully accessible fully, and it's a robust platform. Civic Plus actually purchased this company and this platform in December, I think, leading into knowing that these were coming and governments are desperate to find a way to fall into compliance. But they have agreed to prorate us for the amount you see here up through the rest of our fiscal year. And by that time, Eric and I, through August and September, would try and reevaluate where we are to hopefully maybe find a different solution, or to clean our site as much as possible leading up to that so we could actually try other solutions. And again, we've talked to other municipalities. Several have opted into this. Some are using a different platform after culling, years of data and years of historical, and others are just going to grin and bear it and hope that they don't get sued. I'm not at liberty to say who admitted that, but it's a different time, and these rules and the guidelines and how they're enforced are going to fluctuate, but this is the best bet Director Daly and I have identified, and in talking with the controller on, what can we do in terms of staff that we have and the capacity that we have, and this is the best choice in my opinion.
All right, thank you. All right, Logan. Commissioner Haskell.
Thanks, Logan. So the price for this year is the 15,000, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then just to summarize so I understand exactly what you're talking about here is from now to the end of the year, we use this to get everything cleaned up and then see where we are and see if another year's needed?
Yeah, so, another
or
year.
if it's this solution.
Yeah, another year will be needed, but we're hopeful that we can identify maybe a different path. But this is the most robust way for us to fall into compliance immediately.
Sure.
And as we learn more and as the DOJ Civil Rights Division releases further guidelines, we'll have a better understanding of how this is implemented. But to the controller's point, I think last week or when we were discussing this, this is the new frontier in terms of liability, really.
Yeah, I would say it's 15,000, it's 25,000 in year 2, but this type of compliance work is about minimizing your risk of litigation, right? And so we have a couple, I would say, easy targets, just that are a lot of moving pieces and have procedures associated with them, right? FOIA, and then we've got ADA, and then, so this is one of those where if not done well, it will be fire after fire after fire just because, oh, that part of your website wasn't in compliance, right? So our objective would be to use the software, see if it works, find out if there's a better cost-effective way of doing it. But the alternative to implementing something like this would potentially be like a full-time staffer, like we have the FOIA specialist, because otherwise we would be relying on every department to do it themselves, and the undertaking's huge. It has social media implications, which they've been a little more lenient on, but still.
I was going to touch on that too.
Yeah. So anyway, from a compliance standpoint, I can tell you that will be a lot cheaper than the potential risk of people suing us. Yeah.
Commissioner Wright.
Okay, so you want to get rid of some of the archives. In the past, I have used some of those archived ones. Not so much recently, because we have different way of communicating from admin to us. But where is all that information going to go if I remember something from 2009 and I want to go back and read it? Where is it going to go?
Great question. Potentially a box in the basement? I don't know.
It depends on the records.
Yeah.
So the way records work, State of Michigan puts out guidance for every unit of government about what their FOIA obligations are. And then they further segment it, like obligations for the clerk, for HR, and then within that further. So some records have a lifetime, you have to maintain it. Economic development, right? You have plans from like 50 years ago where we're obligated to maintain the physical record. Some of those can be purged within 12 months or after adoption. So if you have the document and somebody asks for it, you have to make it available. If you follow the retention schedules religiously, which we haven't been great with because it takes staff time to go through and comb and be like, oh yeah, I can delete that. I mean, the courts take one day a year where they close down to have a records day, you know. It's a massive undertaking managing this stuff. So it just depends on the record. If we have to have a staffer do that, a lot of those records could potentially get destroyed if they're not obligated to be maintained. If it's obligated to be maintained, we would just follow the state of Michigan guidance so that we're in compliance.
Yeah, and there is some federal guidance too on if it's an ordinance that has expired, but we have to keep it or whatever it might be, and it hasn't been touched in X number of years or downloaded in X number of years, then you don't have to have it accessible until it gets clicked on, and then you do, and then you're not in compliance, and then, yeah.
Well, the one place a lot that I will go back into is our voting records. And we have two programs because someplace along the line, I can't remember, we changed. So I have to go back through archives
Yes.
to go look at numbers and to see, okay, who voted what and what townships voted what. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like right now, we're redoing the juvenile justice. Okay, so I might be apt to go back and see in 2007 when we first went to renew it, or what happened to E-Tran when we put it on the ballot twice, but now we're trying to move it again because we still have transportation, needs that aren't being met. So, there's different things that
Yeah.
I've been involved, so like who ran against me? That would be one of them I'd like to know.
So I met with the clerk, I met with the clerk on that, actually, because there is a different website and program that they've utilized. That program, the way I understand it, is actually about to be defunct. And I don't know if it has to do with these new guidelines coming out, but so we're actually talking about trying to build an archive that is actually accessible for that data that she has to keep. And so stay tuned on that, but that was a very specific example. It was a good example.
Yep. You guys don't know what sometimes I'm doing late at night.
Well, thanks for that thought.
Oh, I didn't mean that. You know what I mean. Going through your data.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Shaver.
Thank you. Would it be fair to characterize these then, these new policies or whatever they would be from the federal government as an unfunded mandate? Is that how people the taxpayers in the county should view them?
100%.
Okay.
Yep. While it's a win for someone who has a disability and maybe they rely on software to be able to read to them, perhaps they're blind, absolutely. But these things don't come without costs. And
Right.
and the federal government is not sending us money to implement. So
Sure.
you are correct.
Sure.
Yep.
I'm not saying there's not a benefit to them. I don't
Oh,
want to say that
absolutely.
at all, but
Yeah.
in the nature of the budgetary constraints that we have, it's yet another unfunded requirement or mandate from a higher level of government.
100%. Like, there are a lot of federal program objectives and state program objectives that if they came with dedicated funding, we would love to implement. But often, it's the opposite. We're told to add structure, implement new process and procedures with no additional staff and no additional funding to support it. Yep.
Commissioner Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to kind of echo off what Commissioner Shaver just asked, are there any potential grants or legislative dollars that might be available to help assist with these mandates?
In theory, yes, there could be some grants, maybe not directly for these mandates, like they're not, doing a request for applications to fund this. But yeah, Eric and I have talked about trying to identify where they might be, but at this point, we have nothing on the horizon that we're going for to try and fund something like this. But yeah, we're gonna keep our ear to the ground, for sure.
Yep.
Any other questions? Logan, you spoke briefly about the benefits to our FOIA program. And we know that takes time. So any documents, my understanding, any documents that are available to the public do not require a FOIA request.
I believe that's right. I'm looking at Ben.
Yeah, so like if I get, for instance, common things for HR, copies of our collective bargaining agreements, right? You have units of government or unions that are preparing for bargaining. They want to know, what do Eaton County pay this work group? For that, I just send the link, right? Because it's available online. So Yeah, and for communities like us, by having it online, you actually kind of comb quite a few of those results, because most people, first off, will search it, and AI-generated searches will typically take you right to that spot. But yeah, if it's available online, we just direct them to go grab it.
Okay, so to Commissioner Wright's point about documents that we no longer need to keep, if someone submits a FOIA request for one of those, we're not bound to try.
Yeah, so if we're legally allowed to destroy the record because it's not necessary, so say if it's a document that only has a 1-year obligation to retain either physical or electronic, and we're really good and we're like, all right, every 366 days, we're going to purge this record for the prior 12 month. If we get a FOIA for it and the record doesn't exist, that's the response to the FOIA. Yeah.
Thank you. And then the last question regarding this, and this not so much about ADA compliance, but our audio record and video records of our meetings. I was asked at one of my township meetings, and it wasn't an official request, but are there transcripts available of our meetings?
So no. So with this new rule as well, this is a question about, so you guys we live stream our meetings. Those videos are available to go back and look by the public. Technically, the minutes are the only thing that, has to be the record. But we offer this as a platform, so this means we have to be in compliance, which means actually captioning every video, including those in the archive, has to be done, and we have to go back and retroactively do that, whatever ones are made public, and then if one is requested, and we'll try and hold on to that record, we're trying to figure out what that looks like right now, then we'll have to caption it and then release it. Unfortunately, some of our meetings go a little long, which is what it is, but we can't just have the auto caption function on YouTube run. We have to keep the human in the loop, not just because of our policy that we're gonna be discussing later, but because of these rules, it has to be checked, period. Because if that caption software hears somebody mumbles or their mic isn't on, then it's gonna hear it incorrectly, and somebody in the public might hear something that it was inaccurate. And so that's another piece to this that we're working on, trying to figure out where we're gonna find the man-hours to do that.
All right, so all those comments that Commissioner Christensen made the other day during public safety, or is it Public Works? Because you were on the camera the whole time.
With your voice.
Yeah, we dubbed your conversation. So how long does YouTube maintain the videos for us?
As long as we want, and we have a large bank of storage basically on the web. We can decide to unpublish but keep the video unpublished, which we had been doing for a while, but through the budgetary issues we had, we opted and we're just gonna keep everything live so everybody can go back and actually look at these. But with this, we may need to figure out a way where we unpublish but keep them in store, and if somebody requests it, we can provide that to them. So we're trying to figure out what the best policy is for that.
All right, so if we reduce the length of our meetings, it will cost us less.
Yes.
Keep that in mind, everyone.
Well, I got to add more. Just one other piece, and we can talk about this, and I'm talking with departments as well. This has social media implications as well. So if you post something, and there is some gray area around, so you are elected officials, but you may try and, whether it's the promotion of, or if your personal page is you're trying to conduct public business, like the prosecuting attorney's page might, or emergency management's page might on Facebook, you have to you need, for all of your images, it has to have alternative text. And this begins April 24th and forward. So I know it's probably a little stressful. This is a gray area, so they aren't sure how they would actually litigate something like this. But just so you are all aware, at the very least, our pages and the adjacent social media pages by the prosecuting attorney, the sheriff, et cetera, there is guidance for them because they are operating on business. And so their images have to have alternate text. They have to be careful about what color contrast they're using. It has to be clear. And then I am going to essentially give out guidance and meet with those departments as is, that is going to state how this is how I would do it procedurally. Like, it's not going to be as pretty or have as much flourish or design quality, but it's going to be in compliance. So that means sharing direct links. That means copying full text into the caption, that kind of thing.
Right. So anyone that has, for the commissioners here, that have their own private Facebook, Instagram, or what have you, the assumption is those platforms are already compliant.
So moving from April 24th of this month forward, that's when those rules would enact. What I'm saying is, it is unclear to me, and I have reached out, but I'm imagining they're getting a lot of inquiries on, does that mean, personal accounts that are adjacent to county business? Odds are no, you guys should be fine, but I wanted to flag that out to you as a point of, you may just want to fall into compliance regardless.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Wright.
Okay, so, I have a county commissioner page, and when I go to post Logan, I have to be logged into my personal, then I have to go pick county commissioner. So if we have an event going on at Fox Park, or our recycle has to sign up for in Delta Township, different things that I might put out there for our public. What are you trying to tell me?
To be determined. We will
Yeah,
get more
well,
information.
so I would say if you're sharing an event from Parks, if you're sharing an event or a post or a press release or something from the county that I posted, you will be in compliance because those departments are going to be posting in compliance. So that's no different. What I'm saying is, we're not sure yet if they're gonna try and also make it so an elected official's personal account that is trying to conduct business, that's the gray area. What does conduct business mean? So if it's just sharing content from something, you should be fine.
Okay, because I'm also really good at the boards that I'm on in Delta Township in the county here. If you're looking for employees for staffing and trying to push it out so I would sometimes do a screenshot and then load it into my county page.
So that would be an example, a screenshot, right? That's an image. You need alt text on that, which I would have to train you on how to implement that. Or at the very least, all the text you have on that image, you need to put it on the caption too, so that folks that maybe can't see, have a disability, can have something that will be read to them, because it can't read the generative platform they might use isn't reading the image. It can't.
Are you sure I can learn all this?
I believe in you.
But our first line is, if it's possible to exempt it, that's where we will fight for, so.
Yeah, and I will say, again, I probably should have just waited on the social media piece. It's a gray area, so we don't know yet. So I wouldn't.
Go put it on the white page.
Okay.
Meaning gray isn't even good enough for me. You need to move it over there.
So all that to say, there is in the budget amendment later on, there is a budget amendment for this, but I would request, we can go either way, but a vote on whether or not to move forward with the dock access platform implementation.
All right, so Logan, we've got items A, B, and C. Do we want to, these are all together?
Just this is the.
We're still on B.
So this would
Just
be,
B.
this is C, this is 12C.
Oh, this is.
I'm sorry, I kind of went through them all.
No, that's all right, that's all right. So you need action on item C, correct?
Yes.
All right, so,
I'll make the motion for the $15,424.77 for the dock, what is it called?
Dock access.
Dock access implementation.
okay, moved and supported. Any questions, comments? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? So we are now at item D.
Yeah, this will be fast. So boardroom technology, I've been working with Chad and facilities and Eric on what we can do to make things a little easier for running the meetings more efficiently, as well as for those speaking at the podium. So just a couple of changes you'll see in the next month or two, hopefully, depending on how this works. But we will have a timer clock for public comment up here, and probably a new procedure as well for staff to try and enforce some of that decorum, as well as a monitor for the public podium there, so that they're not just trying to steal Commissioner Shaver's monitor to get and understand where they are, whether that's somebody presenting to us or somebody speaking under public comment that wants to speak to something specific. They can actually see on the monitor what that is versus stealing his monitor. We're also going to try and this is for multiple reasons, but mainly for the camera's sake, bump that podium out a few feet as well and have a table so folks have somewhere to place their items as well as a little degree of separation from the commissioners. And so again, they're not using your seat as a table also. So those changes are coming, so stay tuned for that. That's it.
All right, thank you, Logan. Any questions for Logan? All right, at this point, I think we'll call a 15-minute recess. I hear a sigh of relief, and we'll be back. All right, welcome back, everyone. We will continue on with our agenda, and we are now on item 13, Administrator Human Resources Director.
Hey, good afternoon, no, good morning. For you is our positions update. We went ahead and tried to include the restructure information for our office. So some of these are internal transfers and promotions based on the restructure that we had put through. We were down our purchasing assistant, which has been more work falling to Melissa. We had brought in Manor to help with some kind of those fiduciary duties with processing invoices, but we've had a slowdown. So thank you to the departments for being understanding that we've been all hands on deck, but just fewer hands available. Anyway, so we were able to fill that. The Community Development Services Director, Brandy Miller, is taking that position, so I identified where that position is being eliminated out of the construction code, planning and zoning budget. Deputy Administrator, Claudine Williams, we went ahead and took the HR off of that for the HR Administrator. We have a candidate pending background check, very excited. Hopefully we'll be having them start later this month. I put their tentative start date, assuming there's no issues. The Budget Financial Manager, we filled from within. Our senior accountant moved up to that, and we have a candidate for the accountant role that will be starting at the end of this month. So once we get the team put together, it's onboarding and training, but our hope is that will allow us to get you packet materials 2 to 3 days in advance, you know, have seamless movement of the AP and purchasing stuff as they come through, and being able to just work diligently related to like audit and like closing out transactions and reconciling invoices and statements on a monthly basis, and just tightening up, which I appreciate the support in doing that. I think this kind of structure will allow us to be competitive and in compliance and reduce risk of litigation or being out of compliance on internal controls through the audit process. So thank you all for that. Going through it, we've filled a number of positions this month, which has been good. I believe the vacancy ratio, I want to say, was 9.17. So if I go back, 8.48. So that's the best vacancy ratio that we have had since I've been here. At its peak, we had a 17.58% vacancy ratio. So we want to have our position staffed so that even the departments that are already understaffed, at least they're full staff for what their budget is, so that it's less strain on existing employees. And so I'm thankful to see some in the court, front of the court office, getting the administrative assistant filled and the probate register. I saw the start date and I was like, ooh, so hang in there. We really appreciate the departments pulling together to keep constitutional statutory obligations moving forward, even in spite of having vacancies there. So the only position that requires action this month is the Assistant Public Defender. Had an attorney vacancy as of the April 17th, so I would ask that position be authorized and welcome any questions.
Do we have a motion to approve? Supported. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, thank you. Ben, may I ask a question at this time?
Definitely.
We have some retirements of elected officials. Well, and a retirement at this.
Oh my gosh, I didn't talk to it.
And we also have some that are running for different office. How does that affect the county if those, or when those seats become vacant? What is the process to fill those?
Oh, I see. Well, so for an elected office, like the prosecutor and the county clerk, they're statutorily defined. So in the county clerk case, and I think it's the same with the prosecutors, but I would have to go and check if Prosecutor Lloyd was elected Attorney General, that would be a vacancy that then would get filled through the same procedure. And I would imagine it'd be up to the courts, but they would probably follow a similar procedure they did with the clerk, putting a date out there and inviting people to apply, but that would be 100% up to them to administer that function. And then if a position gets filled by, say, an internal candidate, then I would show kind of a promotion by vacancy. So then that elected official, whoever they came from, if it was in the department, would then need to backfill the role they came from.
All right, so it would not be up to the commissioners. We would not have to have a special election.
No, not for those constitutional offices and the statutory offices. They typically have their own sets of rules.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then you were gonna, got you to think about something else?
I should have acknowledged, after many years of service, the county clerk, Register of Deeds, Diana Bosworth, will be retiring, as many of you know, and I believe the courts will be doing a notice a little bit later today as well, more on that. But we just thank her for her years of dedicated service and keeping the lights on some incredibly important functions of county government that are the functions that when they work, people don't know they're there, and government's at its best when people aren't aware that it's there. That's our job, is to try to stay out of the headlines and keep on task. So thank her for her service. More on that at the full board.
Thank you. All right, carrying on.
Restructuring with the trial courts, have Amy and Melanie here if you guys want to come up just to be available, but I will say we had some discussion on this last time and we kind of paused till we could have them evaluated by the consultant. So before you is the evaluation method the consultant did. The Chief Deputy Clerk, District Court, part-time magistrate. This is one, it's really a troubleshooting. This function on a part-time basis provides relief and taking functions off of the district court's plate that can be done at that level. We tried doing the contractual, we tried doing just the part-time. Functionally doing it like this is our next troubleshooting method. There's savings of what was already allocated for the contract and the rate difference for putting it in there administratively. Very supportive of this change. I think it makes sense. A second half of that would be adding a half-time FTE deputy clerk to make up for the administrative capacity lost by giving the chief deputy non-attorney magistrate functions. And this is the thing, sometimes we encounter problems, we do budget cuts, and we find out, oh, we went too deep, or oh, what we're trying isn't working because the market is just not bearing the kind of candidate we need for stability. This is why I'm in support of those two functions. There's a friend of a court reclass, and this is a change of a pay grade up one step. Again, through the budget process, friend of the court lost multiple positions, and it's been difficult to staff that office, period. If you go back over the last 13 months, my position update, you typically have 1 to 2, if not 3, vacancies in friend of the court in there. So advocating for this as the office manager functionally is providing oversight in the office for these enforcement caseworkers today. That was a function they took on because it needed to happen. To me, this is just an alignment of actual duties. Then you've got the child care fund, juvenile court. We need to have this to be in compliance by July, and the request is to implement so that we can hire them with a few months to get them onboarded. So strongly in support of all of the requests. Myself and the consultant think that the what you see before you is right in line with our current pay structure. So these recommendations are also included as a budget amendment at the back, but I just wanted to give that administrative portion and offer to the courts if you want to add stuff too.
Thank you. No, you did a great job explaining. We were here last month and presented all the requests with regards to the restructuring for those 3 departments. I just wanted to, mention with regards to the funding, we have the budget currently for the contractual magistrate, so that certainly will cover the cost of both of those 2 positions in the district court changes and then some for the remainder of this year, as well as the friend of the court and juvenile court. We have savings from open positions for this year, so I don't anticipate there be any increase from the county with regards to implementing these positions for the remainder of this year. Obviously, next year, that would be something different, but we certainly budgeted for the magistrate position, so that's in our budget request for next year. And so essentially, I think the largest of the cost is the quality assurance position, but as a reminder, that is 75% child care fund reimbursable, and so that really reduces the amount of cost to the county for asking for a full-time position. So, and I have Judge Felsing here if he'd like to make some comments or if you have questions.
Hello, Judge Reed Felsing here. A brief comment about the need for the
district court clerk to take on the magistrate functions is that in our last district court meeting, we identified that we have an increase in the informal hearings and arraignments that were backlogged as a result of not having a contractual magistrate. And Judge Van Langeveld and myself don't have enough time in our dockets to be able to absorb what traditionally has been a magistrate that was here for 2.5 days a week before the cuts that were initially made last year. So trying to find 2.5 days of what traditionally was a magistrate role into our dockets is something that we cannot take on. So strongly support in moving the district court clerk into a role that takes on those functions. And from personal experience being a practicing lawyer throughout the state of Michigan, that's something that in smaller counties is accustomed to having a clerk that takes on those magistrate functions to support a district court judge, or where there's only one district court judge or 2 district court judges. I'll take any questions on top of that.
And then I'll just add a little, I did try to summarize kind of proportionally how much is funded by general fund, by child care fund, and so thank you, Melissa. When I say me, Melissa did it, and we worked together on it, so thank you for your expertise there. So the additional revenue for the child care fund, we estimate, not taking into consideration what you already have allocated for the contractual portion for the magistrate work, but all of these changes combined next year as a full budget year, not prorated, is $98,966. Represents 40% net of the total change is going to be child care fund eligible and other grants. And then for millage would pay for 18.36% or $32,222. And then for general fund obligation would be $44,272. The largest of that being the match that we'll have to do on the quality assurance specialist position that we have to have as of July. So I just wanted to share that budgetary context, and we've got a number of budgetary reports to go through after this, but just want you to have that information as you deliberate.
Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, Judge, when they go before a magistrate, and now if it goes to district court clerk, are they able to refute any of the decisions made at that level?
Meaning the parties being able to refute or appeal the decision of a
Yeah.
magistrate. In terms of the magistrate, a lot of the functions that say at arraignment, be able to set bond, the district court judges can be able to modify bond on their own discretion. But if somebody were to want to schedule, say, a bond modification, they're always welcome to be able to do that, and the district court would be able to, a district court judge would be able to modify that bond.
Would people have fines set at that level as well?
That's another function of the magistrate that the district court clerk can be able to take on, even though being a non-attorney magistrate can be able to say, conduct informal hearing and be able to assess fines and costs on that. And so after informal hearing or somebody admits responsibility to a civil infraction, the magistrate can be able to set fines and costs. But many of those civil infractions are determined by statute. So just simply referring to the statute would be able to determine the fines and costs. Unlike misdemeanors, that there's discretion to be able to increase fines and costs up to a certain amount. But most of your civil infractions are going to be set by statute.
I was just wondering if we took it down to the district court situation, you know what I mean? Some people might, if you take it out of the magistrate, that's what I was worried about.
If they, I'm sorry.
If the district clerk who hears the situation, you know what I'm saying, looks at that, and they assign fines?
For an informal hearing? Yes, so the district court clerk, the way that it'll be, the function of the district court clerk, when they're taking on the magistrate functions, there'll be set amount of time when he or she will be taking on the role as the magistrate. And that magistrate will have a docket, so then a case would be assigned to the magistrate. And then, let's say if it's an informal hearing, the magistrate would be able to
hold that hearing, whether it's an informal hearing, or take a admission of responsibility and then proceed with fines and costs. So her role would be, his or her
I
role.
knew what you did when you were acting in that capacity.
Yes.
So I know that you were a lawyer.
Yes, and if you go through the history of the county, a magistrate was not always an attorney and magistrate. So the only thing that really separates, so before I took over as magistrate, Ken Knowlton was a non-attorney magistrate. And he was able to take on a vast majority of the functions that I could be able to take on. So, but when you have an attorney magistrate, really the big difference is that an attorney magistrate can take on small claims, but a non-attorney cannot take on small claims.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I knew we were looking for an attorney different times.
Commissioner Haskell.
I think this is a question more for Ben. Ben, can you, just as an aggregate, you broke down the impact to the general fund next year, and it was childcare fund was the other one?
Yeah, 56.4% child care fund and grants, and then 25.23% GF for general fund, and then 18.36 millage.
Okay. And then what was the aggregate, like, dollar amount for general fund?
$44,272.
Okay. Thank you.
And what was the contractual set aside for the, I want to say 30, okay. And 30,000 was already appropriated for the contractual services existing, so.
Fantastic, thank you.
Right, any other questions or comments? Commissioner Mott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious, we've had the public defender come in and give us updates, and it appears that they become very functionable from before. And I'm wondering, has that affected your case or your workload based on his office being more productive?
I would say the transition's been going smoothly. I would say that our dockets are moving along. I feel that the Public Defender's Office is doing their job and making sure that the criminal defendants are getting the representation that they're entitled to. And it's been a short period of time to be able to assess the situation, but from what I've seen so far, they're getting great mentorship, they're getting great training, and they're bringing on some new attorneys. As you pointed out, we have a departing attorney, but we've brought in a lot of great new attorneys here. To name a few, Dan Noble, Jackie Moss is going to be starting. These are attorneys that came from prominent firms here in the Lansing area, the greater Lansing area. So they're pulling in quality young lawyers to be able to fill in the ranks there. And from what I've seen, they're doing a great job.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, so we need to take action on this, Ben?
Yeah, the request would be to move this to the full board for approval as a budget amendment, but it will happen under the budget amendments, right, Melissa?
Okay,
This has been included in the budget amendments.
so this is just, this particular item is for just information on. All right, anything else? All right, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks, Amy.
Okay. On to item 14, our finance director.
Good morning, Commissioners. I apologize. This is not going to be brief. I will start off with the easiest of our reports, and that is our health insurance report. Nothing has substantially changed from prior period. We are still experiencing high fixed costs because of the changes in the renewal rates, but everything else is as expected. If there's no questions about the health insurance, I will quickly move along.
I don't see anybody, so.
So next I have our child care fund report. And this is the first iteration I believe I have done this fiscal year. And based on my analysis, we are moving along as we anticipated when we budgeted. There has been some position vacancies, and so will be some position savings there, but that just means that we will end up with less revenue as well. So kind of works hand in hand together. Nothing substantial to report, honestly, on this. We do have quite a bit higher county chargebacks. That is because of placements that are outside of the county's control. We don't have the resources and/or manpower to house the high risk, high needs kids who need additional care, so that they get placed elsewhere. But we don't even have control over where for some of them. And I'm sure our courts could speak to that much better than I can. So we will be monitoring this expense line item, but we will not be able to make any substantial changes to it.
Any questions on childcare?
Moving right along then, I have our monthly financial reports for you next. And so compared to last year, we are trending exactly where we were expecting to be. We did have less local unit contributions, but also less expenses in public safety. That's because of the Delta contract being removed from the general fund. I did also include for your review some fund balance and other funds, more than just the general fund this year. So you also have your Parks and Recreation Fund, the new planning and zoning, Delta Police Services contract, our public improvement computer fund, and several more. So nothing substantial to report necessarily, just wanted to make sure you had the information regarding that. This does have updated fund balances for beginning fund balances, so you have that for your analysis if you are ever inquiring. So, are there any questions regarding the financial reports? I know I'm briefly going over them, but they have been in the packet, and I'm happy to meet with you separately if you have questions.
I don't see any questions for you.
Okay. Next, I have our actual audit, an update on our audit. So like Nate discussed, we did receive 2 findings. The very first finding was regarding material audit adjustments. This related to 3 adjustments that happened after year end that were identified by the auditors, not by our team. Unfortunately, all 3 of them hit a materiality level because of their dollar amounts. So that's what triggered this finding. We've had this finding in the past, and it's not fun to have to explain. Luckily, it's not anything that we disagreed with from the auditor's standpoint. It's not anything that we see anything very wrong with. One of them was related to our treasurer's office and the liability with the foreclosing governmental unit. So we wanted to make sure that that liability was appropriately recorded, particularly in light of the changes for the pre-Raffaelli cases, and then the other case, Isabella versus Pung versus Isabella County. So making sure that we're quantifying those liabilities was important, even though it meant that we ended up with a finding. So we have responded to that finding, and that is in this packet. Thank you. And then the next finding that we also had was related directly to our health department for the procurement suspension and debarment. Basically, what it came down to was internal controls weren't being met. And as unfortunate and frustrating as it is to say, it's very similar to our finding from ARPA from 2 to 3 years ago, where it was a piece of paper that wasn't signed. It's very similar finding. in nature, and unfortunately, we are experiencing it yet again. So this means that we are no longer a low-risk auditee. We have higher testing that's going to happen subsequent to this report. So this is something that we are reviewing. It caused me to take a look at our own internal controls and look at it and say, are we in danger of being not in compliant with ours as well? So it was a good informational reminder, but this is specifically related just to the health department. And if we do go forward with requiring the health department to get their own audit, if they have this sort of finding, it would be on their reports and not on ours. And conversely, if we have a finding, it ends up being only on our reports and does not reflect on them. So helping to separate out that, we've had a couple of other findings that were directly related to the health department versus the county that would have saved either organization. And truly, from a management standpoint, we have no control over anything that the health department does. I don't see anything of their books. I don't have any responsibilities for their funds or their budgets or anything. So from an organizational standpoint, it doesn't make sense to continue to pay for their audit and include their audit as part of ours. So, do you have any questions?
Dr. Barber.
Yes, Melissa, doesn't these findings, if they're egregious enough or there's enough of them, does that have any effect on our ability to possibly go after bonds in the future for drain projects for our citizens?
It sometimes can. It can impact our bond rating. That is part of what it is, part of what they look at for our bond rating, but it also impacts our ability to go for federal funds and for state and local funds. So it will impact, they will have to do more testing when we have subrecipients. We will have more monitoring that is done. We will have more questions asked, and not that we don't welcome questions, but it does take up a bit more time. So, yes.
I think with you just saying that, I think this is we're gonna do it.
And I would just add, if I can, that this is one of the reasons we asked for the position in our office and having discussions with administration at the health department too, just sharing, this is what we're doing to try and do X, Y, and Z. And I know we're having the purchasing discussions through the work group. It's stuff like this is why you want to be careful with the policies you choose and put in place, like back to our 2023 finding. Went through committee, approved by the board, we got the minutes, all of it was there. There was just, in our policy for that procurement, there was a sole source sheet and just needed to be signed confirming, yep, we followed the process. Didn't matter that it went through every other function. That piece of paper not being signed is what was our weakness in that year, right? So as we look at these policies, just know this is contextually what I mean by, but hopefully with the staff that we have, we can evaluate what we have in place. And we want to provide that expertise to the health department. I know we've got a meeting scheduled to kind of sit down and talk about a number of topics that Jim helped set up. So looking forward to that. So we are continuing to be partners and supportive, but this is the work we're focused on coming into the next year.
Commissioner Mott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll just give you, I agree with Commissioner Barber that probably something we should do. However, I just want to let you know from the Board of Health's perspective, this does add to their budget. I think somewhere around 30,000 to probably add to theirs.
Be safe to assume 30, and then if there are hiccups along the way, you probably need 15 to 20,000 banked, because they do change orders on you if it takes longer than they originally projected.
Yeah, and so this, because they need this information for their budgeting, and they're short-staffed too, because obviously we, cut them drastically, and so they're in a position just like we are. It's tough for them, but it's something for us here at the county that I think we have to do.
I will also add that when management responds to these findings, it's management's responses. And because this is our audit, this is our responses. And the health department had a very different opinion on what our response should be. This is what our team's response was to these audit findings. So I do want to make sure to note that the health department disagreed greatly with this audit finding and also with the corrective action that we wrote. So they actually were aggravated with the fact that they even received the finding, so.
Commissioner Shaver.
And to your point, I understand their aggravation, but I think this is similar to other things that we're dealing with where maybe things, not that they were incorrect, but just maybe there was a better way of doing things. I think because we don't have any direct control or oversight, as well as, you know, our administration, you know, doesn't even have that purview that I would echo the other commissioners. This is absolutely necessary. I would move this resolution to separate, and that's it.
We have a motion. Okay, motion support. Any further discussion? Commissioner Haskell.
Melissa, did you mention earlier, when we brought this up in the meeting previously, that the Barry Eaton Health also wants to see this separation as well?
Yes,
So
they do.
it's amicable.
It is amicable, and it is really in our best interest. Even if we choose to continue reporting them as a component unit, much like the road commission and the medical care facility, them having their own audit does provide them a lot of autonomy to be able to respond to these audit findings as they choose, as their management team. So in conjunction with this request to have them get their own audit, I would actually like to request that we go out for RFP ourselves as well, even though we actually have 1 year left in our audit contract, because this changes the scope of work for our audit.
Reducing it.
It does reduce the scope of work for our audit as well, yes.
I would amend my motion to include that language.
All right, moved and support. Any other discussion, comments? All right, motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, that's passed. Anything else, Melissa?
I do want to go through just a little bit of the fund balance information and where we did end up spending the most money, or saving the most money, I guess, rather. If you can go back up. So we did have a substantial amount of savings in our personnel. We ended up saving approximately $3 million. And we actually submitted, or we transferred additional monies to our MERS, to our retirees' health, and to our health insurance fund in order to continue stabilizing those funds. Those transfers at the very end of the year amounted to $1.7 million in those accounts, so we were able to put money into MERS to help continue funding our programming. That's right. And then also to retirees' health and health insurance to stabilize those. If we had not done those transfers at year end, our fund balance would have been we would have had additional savings from personnel in total of $4.6 million. So that is absolutely vacant positions that were not filled because of the budgetary uncertainty that we were dealing with this last year. So that has had a major impact in our funding. So I just wanted to make sure to note that and point that out. The ending fund balance for the general fund is, $8.5 million. So that is the general fund balance. That does not include our outside but reported under the same fund for the audit purposes. That's what this report makes up on the screen before you. We have several other funds that we report separately for clarity, but the auditors all consider this as general fund. So our public improvement fund, our computer fund, technically these are all part of the general fund. Public improvement had a substantial amount, $2.2 million. That is because of the Inflation Reduction Act revenues that we all put away for the bonding, to continue paying for that bonding cost. So that's why that has had as much money as it does. And then the computer fund has another 1.8 million, and that is because poor Eric and Nathan have worked their keisters off, but still have not been able to do projects, particularly in light of the budgetary uncertainty that we have all faced. So I just wanted to make sure to highlight some of those items. If you have any questions, I'm happy to walk through anything, either from the audit or from my reports. But if there's no questions, I'm happy to move on.
We'll have more budget discussion under the budget discussion. On
Yes.
Item 20, so.
Well said, Ben. Well said.
So the last and final piece, at least for this section for me, is our PA 202 report. This is required to be reported to you for after our audit is done, basically indicating how well our funds are doing for OPEB and for our pension. Right now, we are in an underfunded status for MERS, and it triggers a requirement to do a request for waiver for PA 202. So we have done this in the past. It was back in 2021, 2022. We have already made great strides in addressing our underfunded, arguably, status with MERS. So this is the request that I have, is that we would submit the resolution indicating that we've already made strides. Unfortunately, our valuation that we used for the audit is from 2024, so it doesn't show all of the contributions that we've made. Our 2025 report will include all of the additional payments that have gone. The Delta Township contract payment, that is going to be included, so that's what has been articulated in the resolution that you have before you.
Commissioner Barber.
When are we going to get that report?
That usually comes out in the very end of June, so we would be submitting it to your review in July.
So just for clarification, according to MERS, we're underfunded at what year, 24, 25, or 26?
So according to MERS, to the GRS report, we are at 60% funded, which is exactly where we have to be before we hit that underfunded threshold. Because of timing differences, we are considered at 58.4%, which is underfunded for fiscal year end 9/30/2025.
All righty, and that's the importance of paying that, whatever funds we can find into MERS. Right?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright.
I have forgotten what happens when we're like at 58% funded, and then we have to submit the waiver. Then what happens?
So once the waiver is submitted, so I have submitted the PA 202 report to the state, they will send an email back to me saying, you need to either submit a request for waiver or you need to prove that you have made additional payments, at which point I can submit to them a request for waiver indicating that here's our resolution and here's our corrective action to go forward, and they can choose to either accept or deny that, at which point I have no idea what comes next.
I've never heard the penalty.
I really hope I don't have to find out.
And I'll say, for what it's worth, I'm proud of the fact that while we're here, it's not a great place to be. One, we're not the only PAC county, city, or community with unfunded liability that hovers around this spot. But we had already implemented what's detailed in here, and you did it on your own accord. So the board made tough decisions before we had to report to the state. So actually what's in here is just representing the actions that you took last year. So the police service and the commitment of a third of our admin fee going into it year after year, that's in this plan, because we've got contractual agreements that solidify that we are going to make that third payment each year. The upfront $2 million from Delta, and then we're getting upfront from Windsor too, and we're matching that, right? So we put all of that in. So in a way, this memorializes what decisions you all made pretty much a year and a half ago to do, but now we're sharing it with the state because our funding dropped below that threshold. So I'm hopeful that they'll accept it. And I'd have to go pull some other communities that have had to do this reporting, but I would imagine this is probably more of an aggressive approach for handling the issue than you probably get from a community that just stumbled into it and didn't have the foresight that the board had recently, so.
Questions for Melissa? Melissa, that 58 what percent?
58.4. It is included on the report on the
That
PA 202.
represents what kind of dollar amount between 58.4 and 60%? Just off the top of your head.
I can't do the quick math on that. I apologize.
That's all right. As long as it doesn't start with a B, it is in billion.
No, sir, it would be in millions.
Okay. All right. So we have a resolution in front of us.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Very good. Anything else, Melissa?
No, sir.
Thankfully, huh? All right, thank you. All right, we're on to item 15, Facilities Management Director. I see Chad approaching the dais. Good morning, Chad.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chad Powers, Facilities Director. Want to just start out, I was absent last month. I was out of the office, so thanks to Ben and Claudine for pinch hitting for me in the March meeting. And I'll roll through these pretty quick because I certainly don't want to be the reason that YouTube charges us more this month or however we pay them. So I want to, I'll open with just a kind of report of last week's rain event. That's a big deal for our crew. There were reports anywhere from 5 to 7.5 inches of rain between Thursday and Saturday that I tend to think we received the upper end of that. Overall, our buildings fared pretty well. We did have some water infiltration, but overall, in general, our sump pumps and drains kept up. And that's a shout out to my maintenance team for preventive maintenance and staying on top of that stuff. The last thing we want to find out in the middle of the night on a rain event like that a pump fails. So some of the behind the scenes stuff that happens like that, it's a big tip of the cap to the maintenance crew that stay on top of those pumps and drains. Things do happen. We do have some failures occasionally, but if we can mitigate that, that's always the best practice. So moving on to my next, in general, the last couple months in my office as far as administratively, myself and my office manager, it's pretty hectic with budget, a lot of cost estimating. She takes care of a lot of our contractual services, reaching out, getting updated pricing, and then when the project requests come in from different departments, I handle that estimating. So a lot of cost estimating for the budget planning as well as the CIP. We finalized our our USDA lease extension through 2030. That's been executed, so we've got that behind us. Conservation District is, as you guys took up last month, planning to move into the former MSU Extension space coming next month. And in talks with MSU Extension, they're in the process of moving out. They've got most of their stuff out of there, and talking with Bill, their director, he may seek an internal funding source in order to possibly come up with a lease agreement for some office space for himself to touch down once in a while, and if he has any other staff, but that's more to come on that. We've moved into our mowing season. As of yesterday, we mowed the front yard here and lawn at the courthouse, so We go from plowing snow to mowing. We've done that in the same week sometimes, some years. So just fingers crossed that we can put the plows away. Upcoming projects, there'll be some renovations in the controller's office. As they gain staff, they need a place to put these folks, right? So you'll see some work going on in there as we modify and rearrange some of the offices. One of the budget requests I get from a lot of offices is paint and carpet, so those that were approved will be starting to knock those off the list here over the course of the next few months. The elevator process or elevator replacement is in the RFP process. I'm consulting with a third-party project manager, construction manager, so that'll be wrapping up and finalizing all the front-end documents for when we put that out to bid. Everything's clear and concise with what our expectations are for those those replacement projects. So those will be going out to bid soon, and we'll be starting with getting material procured, and again, there'll be more update on that as we get closer. And finally, the courthouse security project upgrades that we secured federal funding. That'll be also taking off here over the course of the summer. So with that, I'm open to any questions anybody might have about any of this or anything else facilities related.
Commissioner Barber.
Thanks, Chad. I know you're not prepared for this, but, you know, in the spirit of reorganization and everything like that, do you think you have the capacity in your leadership to take over Parks and Recycling and fold them both into your department?
You're right, I wasn't ready for that one.
Circle back.
I would have to take a deep dive into that as far as,
well, I mean,
the staffing levels that we have now currently in my office. I would say that would stretch us pretty thin. It depends on how it was organized. I mean, that'd be something we could look into for sure.
Well, I mean, you know, we're coming into budget season, right? And we just had a brief about MERS and being at 60%, well, 58% funded, right? We got to find some money somewhere. So I know me personally, I would prefer that you would take a look at that, but I'm just one member. And then, well, then speaking on MERS and funding, right? Last month, we told you to raise the garage door. Have you done that yet?
That has not happened yet. It's in contract. I have a contractor on board. We had to do some re-engineering of the building, so that has taken some time. So we have engaged with a contractor, but the physical work has not happened.
Because, I mean, I don't know if this is the proper place, and I'm sure the administrator is going to tell me it's not, but I would like to make a motion to sell the sheriff's command vehicle, and those funds that are recouped by that go into the MERS account, in which we can finally start making a little more progress on that account. So I don't know, Administrator, can I make that motion to sell that vehicle within 45 days and those funds be recouped and put into the MERS account? That would be my motion.
I would recommend refer to public safety and then have
Okay.
that body recommend it to this board, and then also give time for the sheriff's department to have their opportunity to discuss it. So if that's the desire, that would be my recommended course of action.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't sit on that board, but maybe some of the public that are watching this long meeting will come to that meeting and echo that point. Thank you. Thank you, Chad.
Before I call on Commissioner Cole Christensen, would we have to get an RFP to get a broker involved? Should we do that?
For selling the vehicle?
Yes.
We can explore that if that's what we would do. I honestly don't know exactly what that would look like. Often if we do like a sale of an asset, they're typically near end of life, and so the process follows, you know, a pre-established thing, like our vehicles, for instance, typical vehicles. We already have an established process, a lot of volume. With the command vehicle being such a niche piece of equipment, we'd really have to dig in and see what that would look like. But if it's gonna be something that's sponsored at Public Safety next month, I'll endeavor to have that together so that we can at least give you an idea at that time.
Thank you.
I would also add that we have not yet received reimbursement for the grant. So I would not want to at least sell the vehicle until we receive reimbursement from the state.
Commissioner Christensen, you still have a question or comment? No, okay. Commissioner Shaver.
Just a couple of questions. Did the purchase of that originate in public safety? I wasn't here. Did it originate in public safety or did it originate in this
Yeah.
committee?
Yeah, so typically, like with that type of stuff, the year that we got it, it was a policy so that it was adopted. So it originated in public safety, went to Ways and Means, and then to the full board. And then I think even, I have to think back to when we started getting specs and did updates. I'd have to dig deep on that. But the initial authorization for the grant, because those committees themselves can say from a policy standpoint, doesn't make sense, we're not interested.
Sure.
And those grants don't make it further up the chain.
One more question, and maybe this can't be answered, but I hope it can. When will that money be received? When do we expect to receive that?
Well, I submitted request for payment back in January, and I'm still not, I still have not received payment yet. So we will be following up this week, and I hope to have an answer for you next Wednesday.
Thank you.
Commissioner Christensen changed your mind. What would you like to say now?
Okay, I changed my mind. I don't know if I can even ask the question or make a motion because I don't sit on this committee. But I know that there was some construction going to be starting soon for making the garage bigger to be able to get that vehicle inside. If we're possibly going to discuss the scenario of selling that, do we need to make a motion to halt the construction? Because why do we want to spend the $200 and whatever thousand it was to do that if we may not have the vehicle?
Just to clarify, it was about 25,000.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I just know,
Savings
but a
$108.
penny's a penny.
I don't think we need a motion. I would need to check in with Chad where we're at. Have we executed a contract with the vendor, right? Because if you have an agreement, there's terms for how that would play out. So, for instance, initially with the command vehicle, because if we had not accepted the vehicle after we had authorized it, we would have been on the hook for anywhere between 70 to 80% of the cost of the vehicle because of the way. And in the defense of this business, when you commit to buying an asset that's nearly $1 million worth of cost, that company puts their manufacturing dedication on hold for you. So it's not an easy thing to get out of once you've committed, put the down payment, and enter a contract. I think with the $25,000 on the building, I can talk to Chad, and if that's the desire that this will be discussed at Public Safety, I think it makes sense if they haven't started work and we can, and there's not a residual effect, that we just, until you guys have a chance to deliberate, don't start the work. But we'll talk.
I think at this point, we would be on the hook for the engineering and any materials procured
to date,
and management, administratively, that the contractors would have. So I can get a bill worked up on that portion of it if you choose, or we can talk about it.
We'll talk about it. If there is a residual effect, we'll report on that.
Commissioner Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know who would be best to answer this question, but so we have talked quite a bit about using our connections at the state to seek grants to help us with various projects all over the county. I'm wondering if it's optics or if there is some sort of grading system on there that if we turn around and take a asset like this, and I get the thought, and I don't think it's a bad thought, but to immediately receive the asset, receive payment, and then turn around and sell it, are we going to be labeled as, some sort of scheme, fraud, you know,
understand,
I really do worry about if that hurts us in the future when we're trying to seek grant funding for other resources.
Yeah, I hear you. I will look into that from like a liability standpoint, like truly like speaking with an attorney. So there's two questions. There's the PR and then there's the actual, and so I'll explore that. From the PR standpoint, it could easily be taken that way. It can also, context of our community is we had twice the amount of road patrol coverage at the time that the request went through, and those vehicles take so long that by the time it got here, we've got a different operation. And that's in the context, that's why I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of the Sheriff's Department, because we still have a large contingent of officers up in Delta Township, and the hope of restoring road patrol in the long run, if we're able to do that in a way that works with our Delta contract and providing relief and coverage for everybody, right? So in that, I can work on the liability. I'll add that to my list of things to talk to. But I think from an optic standpoint, you'll probably have frustrated sponsors because they fight hard to allocate money to their communities, but I'm sure we'll hear from them. No, yeah.
I would add to the PR part of that, the optics of that, I think pretty much all of our representatives pay attention to these, or if they have their staff paying attention to these conversations we have, but that would be a point of, if we go down that path and there's deliberation and that's the path this body decides to go towards, there would be direct communication with the sponsors of what that is.
And I guess I get what our sponsors are going to feel and their say to it, but I don't doubt that they'll still fight for us, right? But what I'm worried about is that I'm making it harder for them to fight for us, because in those rooms where they're negotiating and they're talking, it's going to be like, well, hey, but we helped you before, and that community just got rid of it anyway. They turned it into cash. And, you know, it's hard to quantify that, but so I guess I'm trying to challenge administration to consider that and help provide some context to it, but also, again, like you said, look on the liability side and see if it really does hurt us legally.
Yeah, I will. I'll look at both of those and be able to at least provide an administrative opinion on it. And again, it is tough. We could be the poster child for fraud, waste, and abuse, right? The trigger words, but there was a clawback attempt on a number of work project language, so that could be like, this is an example. But again, context, right? You're not a community that got an asset to wash it for the purposes. We just had more services previously. And
I just worry
yeah, I
about
know.
Whenever you have to go that second, third, fourth, fifth argument to really prove your point.
Yeah, you've already lost the discussion. Yeah, I understand. Don't
Other
disagree.
comments or questions? All right, Chad, what else do you have for us?
That concludes my report.
All right, I got a question for you. That 5 to 7 inches of rain that we did get, did we learn anything, any surprises from that?
Not really. We fared pretty well. My biggest concern was Saturday, the pond had swelled across the road. That's the first time that's happened since I've been here, and was dangerously getting close to the youth facility. It had a ways to go, but that was my concern. Had it, infiltrated that, it could have been problematic, but it takes it pretty well, within a couple days. I mean, the pond's back down, and so obviously a lot of water, but there wasn't a lot of. We had a couple drains that clogged up here in the courthouse that run to our sumps. So all of our water, rainwater, stormwater from all the buildings, parking lots, roads, everything drain and end up in that pond. So you can imagine I don't know how many thousands and thousands of gallons that we took on during that event, but and then it's just, we hold it until the county drains can take it, and then the county drains are dependent on the rivers and such, right? So it's all a domino effect, but we fared pretty well. I mean, our pumps, I had one alarm at Central Dispatch about 4 o'clock Saturday morning that just turned out to be a float was hung up. Most of our sumps, if you imagine your house, in a basement, you have one sump pump, one sump crock. This building has 3 sump crocks, and most of those have multiple pumps. So when they're all working in conjecture, working with each other, we don't have problems, and there's redundancy, and every once in a while, one of the pump floats will get hung up, and it'll sound an alarm, which it's a good thing. We'd rather hear that alarm and then have water all over the place. So central alarms, and the building occupant usually can hear it if it's a 24-hour building. I came in and checked all of our buildings that weren't occupied, so we did pretty well. So
it posed no risk to our personnel or our electronics.
correct.
All right, very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 16, budget amendments.
Good morning, again.
Welcome back.
All right, so before you have several budget amendment requests. The first is regarding the trial courts for their district court and their front of the court. This is the positions that we talked about earlier. And while I realize that there is budgetary savings, I would recommend that we codify the amendment request indicating that we would be using fund balance for these items. And then the next item is a request from the clerk's office and the Technology Services Department regarding an increase or a transfer regarding a piece of equipment that needs to be replaced. It is a multifunction printer. They want to try out the new model to see if it works for their purposes. And the clerk's office has indicated that they have some savings in their budget for this. It is not technically capitalized, even though it is over the capitalization threshold. Part of that is because they also have a PC that they wanted to replace in addition to the multifunction printer. And then there is also the compliance software that you discussed earlier, which is the $15,500 request, and that would be from the fund balance from the computer fund. And then the last is the piece, is the child care fund for their position as well.
Any questions concerning budget amendments as presented? All right, do we have a motion?
Or
Okay, moved and supported. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
aye.
Any opposition? All right, anything else, Melissa?
Not at this time.
Will you be back?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item 17, policy updates.
Oh, that is me first. I am back for the last time, I think. So this is the artificial intelligence and machine learning acquisition and use policy. No huge change from the last time that Eric and I presented this to you, other than on page 3, the AI integration review process. We wanted to kind of codify if a department or office wants to implement a new software there or anything that utilizes AI, to have that filter through the controller's office and in an official capacity, so that before anything is implemented or an acquisition is requested, it's more, hey, we need you to review this specifically. But again, this policy is more of a waypoint, is ethics based on not just the acquisition of AI or machine learning software and product, but also its general use and from what is free to use. And I will also add that in discussion with Director Daly, we've talked about maybe down the road, and this might be something we have to consider, is trying to have an AI software that we pay for at the county level that can be utilized, and we can better control what is being used or what is being plugged into said AI. But that's way down the road. This is more of a waypoint for departments, the controller's office, to show where we stand on the utilization of these platforms.
So,
Commissioner Wright.
so Logan, are you saying that we can't just, in different areas of the county, use a program for AI, but admin needs to know?
It's more codifying that if they want to pay for a subscription service to, from Grammarly to whatever little or larger platform, it not only would have to go through Melissa in terms of the budget, which was already going to be reviewed, but now it'll be the controller and his team, with Eric and myself, we would review that process and what it looks like. If that makes sense. It's just more,
Yeah,
putting
so-
it more, it's codifying it within the language of the policy.
Okay, so you want to know who's using a platform and how much, right? In use,
Long-term, we would like to probably get to a place where we have an established, these are the ones you can use. And I'll use just a general example, right? I think it's DeepSeek is a Chinese AI platform, right? First off, no one should be using an AI platform that's owned by a foreign nation, right? But someone might not know that if they don't look it up, right? So that would be on us to work with IT to codify that. The other thing is, if you want it functionally for, say, like summarizing notes for like police reports, right? We need to get a closed system like through Axon that has AI capability in it, but your information is protected and locked in it, right? Same with the HR stuff. So we will probably get to a place where we say, first off, no on all of these things. And in terms of functions, we've already talked about the personal identifiable information. But we need to compile that. People are going to probably already use an AI. I'm sorry, people are already using AI. So the sooner we can get the ball rolling on this, it will be conversational for a while, but eventually we'll adopt some parameters so that we have better control over use.
And I would also expect another unfunded mandate maybe from the state around AI usage with government eventually, not explicitly, but maybe in some seminars that I've listened to or been to, that was a sort of threat. But yeah, so this just kind of places us ahead of the game a little bit, and it's best practices. And like to Ben, Controller Dawson's point, it just sets us up for success in the future.
Any other questions for Logan? Oh, Commissioner Haskell.
Yeah, thank you for this policy put out. I feel like my concerns were heard last month, so I appreciate you putting the extra effort in and bringing it for us. Thank you.
So Logan, this not only protects us internally, but this also protects us from the possibility of external intrusion, correct? This policy?
Define that, I guess.
Well, I
Sorry.
mean, by not buying these things, by going through the
Yeah,
approval process.
there's an official control via the controller's office. Yeah, that would stymie that, as well as the promise of training and further education on what this looks like. Because it's no longer a new frontier. It's becoming the frontier. Like this, yeah, we can't stop this. So yeah.
Okay, so it's a safety measure all the way around
Yeah.
on this. All right, any other questions? So do we have a motion to approve, accept?
or
Moved and supported. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
aye.
Any opposition? All righty,
Thank you.
next up.
Back by popular demand is the grants, contracts, and donations policy. Modest change in it. We've had the discussions about every time we have a grant, every time we have a contract, that really we end up in the weeds about scope of work, the amount of staff time, and so having the default 15% and then always doing a 2/3 override. Functionally, we've come to the conclusion that, that's not as feasible. So the recommendation was to staff to look at that in a way that would allow greater flexibility and less time spent in these meetings debating on stuff that administratively we could probably bring a recommendation and then talk about that. So we've changed the 2C section. So if the 15% is allowed, that is obviously the starting point, but if it's the grants that allow for time of staff or for a lesser percentage, staff would essentially analyze the scope of work associated with the opportunity. We would estimate the level of staffing required to manage and implement and adhere to requirements such as grant reporting and how long do we have to report after the function is done. And then if the things, so like the Axon purchase for those contracts, like we will do things that may have savings on the back end, either in staff time or in like combining functions, right? So we'll try to do an assessment of that. So when we come in, we'll have a recommendation of what we think the appropriate fee structure would be to recover for staff expense associated with the funding opportunity. The other change is under exceptions. So the board and the assigned committee would still see the exception, so it would still go through the committee process and get moved through, but it would be the recommendation of administration, and it can move by simple majority, but if, say, if administration says 3%, use the fire training center as an example, recommended 3% for that, and board wanted to override the admin recommendation, we put that as the 2/3 override. That can be amended, but that's just the existing policy. I just inserted the administration in that spot. But welcome questions, discussions.
Commissioner Barber.
Yeah, so when you're in committee and you're briefing that, you are going to state what the admin recommendation is, right?
Correct. So like today with the 2.5.
And the reason behind it, right? You're going to give us some background?
Exactly. So like today with the 2.5 million, we estimate no more than $70,000 in wages, hopefully less, right? That type of analysis.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, so this is an action item. Moved and supported. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? It has been passed. Any follow-up on that, Ben?
No, thank you, guys. I think it will streamline some future meetings, so.
On
thanks
to
for the
item
feedback.
18, miscellaneous. Do we have any miscellaneous?
I will just report here and also at the full board, but we had a all local town hall meeting on March 30th. It was well-attended. Township supervisors, clerks, city officials, and village officials. We invited everybody. And we've done one a year, and we're going to maybe try to do 2 a year. The locals really enjoy being able to engage and get updates. We kind of briefed them on our MERS, our long-term funding strategies, planning and zoning. We talked about animal control, the possibility for more police service contracts. So very productive discussion. I mentioned it at Public Safety, I'll mention it here. We were asked, can we develop a model if all townships, all villages and cities were to help fund restoring the 2 animal control enforcement officers on a contractual basis, what that would look like. Eaton Rapids City was like, if you could get it to us in time for our budget, we would actively like to consider that as part of our budget process. So I committed to putting that together by April. So hopefully in May, I'll have that presentation just to show everybody what it looks like. Obviously a lot that you have to deal with. Maybe not everybody participates. If some people don't participate, are other locals willing to pay the difference? How do you not provide coverage to a jurisdiction right in the smack dab middle of a township that chooses not to participate? Anyway, it's a conversation. We're starting off by saying this is what it could look like. So positive report. I'm going to be doing meetings out in the community, and I think I'm scheduled first off as City of Charlotte, but I'll be doing the road tour. So if your locals are interested in having the county come out, I haven't put the master list together, but if they reach out to me and offer a date, I'll put them in my schedule. I'd like to talk about the upfunding millages, talk about what we're doing with MERS and the fund balance policy, so they can see not only does the county come when they need something, the county can come and show what we've been doing to respond to feedback that we've gotten over the last 3 years. So I welcome that.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I attended that meeting. I thought it was well done, and it was a comfortable, informal meeting. A lot of good exchange of information, so. And I appreciate Commissioner Mott and you, Ben, for being there and putting that on, and whoever else in the background was involved. All right, anything else for miscellaneous? Commissioner Barber.
I would just like to also comment that I've had multiple other leaders that were there at those, and they appreciated both you, Chairman Mott, and the administrator being there. They enjoyed it. They felt like it was very substantive, and they got good information. So I just want to thank you for doing that, and please keep on doing it.
All right, moving on to item 19, county bills and procurement. Well, that was too easy. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, thank you. Now, before we get into the budget discussion, do we believe this will be lengthy?
Yes.
Then I would suggest we recess for 10 minutes and get prepared for the next 2 hours.
I second, no.
All right, we will resume our meeting, and we will start at item number 20. I'm assuming Melissa's going to take this one over.
I might just do a quick intro
Okay.
for portion of this. So I don't know where it's in here, but I do know we included the one-time requests from departments. So it's a little bit different than in prior years. Sometimes we get a one-time request and the administration would go through and have discussions and remove stuff before it came to the committee. So when we do get to that spot, just know this is the requests as they have had. They haven't gone through administrative vetting, but we just want to see what the departmental one-time equipment and capital expense requests were. Next month would be where we'll come back with administrative recommendation. And if there are items that you have questions on or things that you think should get removed, that would be the meeting to do it. Today, for that portion, is just giving you a highlight of where things are at today with the requests. And with that, I'll turn it over.
All right, so before you is a little bit different than what we've presented historically, partially due to lack of time. And also because these things have not been vetted. So I did not feel it appropriate to present a multi-year projection that had not been reviewed thoroughly by administration. It would present wholly inaccurate data. So this is a simple summary of where we are currently at. This is what departments have submitted. Now, keep in mind that there are decidedly accounts that either were completely missed or overlooked, or whether it be a revenue or an expenditure. So I anticipate this report will change drastically between now and next month. This is for your review, just to know where we are at based on what those requests were. So I will be reviewing everything that was submitted. There are a couple of items that you'll see when we go through the one-time expenses that did not include an actual justification or itemization of those one-time expenses. So I will be reaching out to departments regarding those requests. And if you have any questions regarding those, please let me know. So as of right now, it's a very similar picture to where we're at currently, but we do have quite a bit of one-time requests for our general fund. So if you want to go to the next page. Oh, no, keep going. That one. So if you look here at our general fund requests, we're looking at approximately $1.4 million worth of one-time expenses. Many of these items have been put off for the last several years, so this is not surprising. Like I said, though, we have not had a chance to review this thoroughly to make sure that these are appropriate. If there are anything specific that you as a commissioner feel it's appropriate to remove, we will discuss that next month. So just giving you time to review that. And then I also have our update on our personnel. The change from the prior period is only approximately, it's actually a reduction of about $150,000. And that is because as our positions have turned over, we've actually been able to fill those positions, and now we know what their benefits are for these positions.
So, Melissa,
Commissioner Wright.
okay, are we projecting a 16% increase then on our health care?
Yes.
Okay.
We are projecting a very large increase on our healthcare, mostly just because we know that's what the market has done. This last year, we had a 20% increase in fixed costs.
Okay.
We projected, when we did the budget first, we projected an increase of about 7% initially, and the actual increase ended up being 20.
Oh, it was 20 last year?
So the 2026 rates went up 20% on our fixed costs. So that is the reason why we increased it by that much. It's because we've had substantial increases. And based on our discussions with our insurance carrier, they're not likely to change.
Okay, so we also had a concern because we did the retiree healthcare different, and I'm seeing here where it says retiree health, and that shows an 11% increase that we're figuring in. But our active employees are 15. Is there a concern with the retiree being lower?
So there is concerns that I have regarding the retirees' health program. First and foremost, our Medicare Advantage program, which is what you mentioned, that contract expires, so we will have to go out for bid again on that, and that will be in 2027, that those rates will be impacted. So there will be an increased cost for that. And so this is partially because, that's why we have increased that, in addition to the fact that we've had quite a few retirements of people who the county can contribute on behalf of. So my concern becomes paying as we go for those funds, and at what point we will need to remove, or we will start using funds from the fund that we set aside.
Okay, so the 11%, if in 2027, the increase would be felt in that policy in January of 2027?
Correct.
Okay, so we're hearing on another big agency that I'm involved with that there might be something going on with the Blue Cross policies with the U of M Sparrow. Oh, you're hearing that too?
Yes, there is.
There's my concern.
There is a lot of very heavy discussions surrounding that issue, and we know nothing regarding that, but I do know that our health insurance carrier has informed us Medicare Advantage rates will absolutely go up for this when we go to renew, and it will be probably pretty substantial. We just don't know what that means.
Okay.
We had a 3-year price lock, so we have had no increase on the Medicare Advantage plan since we implemented it, which was good on us for locking it in, but we'll just have to see where the chips fall next year when we go out for bid.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Melissa to this point?
And I'll say when we get to the fund balance target, we'll have a discussion too about kind of retirees' health, MERS, and if there's, so we'll continue those discussions about potential of additional contributions there too.
So that concludes my presentation of our revenues and expenditures. Next month will be a much more thorough and much more consistent with what you've historically seen report.
Anything you want us to focus on in particular, Melissa?
Not necessarily, but I mean, obviously, we want to review those one-time expenses as they are such a large dollar amount this year.
Yeah, if you want more information or something like that on the one time, that's good information to make notes on over the next month.
I have a question.
Oh, Commissioner.
When are our labor contracts up again? Is it in 2027?
It is.
Well-
Next year will be a busy year for personnel expenses and negotiating and kind of charting the next, hopefully, 3-year course for county finances.
And we still have 7 bargaining units, correct?
We do.
Thank you.
What's next, Melissa?
I can take it.
Ben?
So we have outside agency requests. There's nothing in the packet. Administration's perspective is we did a lot last year, so we're not suggesting additional cuts to external partners. So at this point, what we would like, normally what we've done historically is send a letter to them and say, what are your requests for this year, and invite them to come in and say, we'd like X number, asking for more. We would like to not send that communication, instead send just letting them know we're not soliciting requests for additional funding. However, if we do get them, we will still present such a request to the board, but we're just not soliciting it this year. So if you all could adopt that So we send it, okay.
I have discussion.
Okay, Commissioner Wright.
Okay, so if we're not going to, that's called level funding, just like we're probably going to get from the state here at the county. But do you think that's going to affect any operations at our external places? I mean, I'm just saying,
There's going to be a call that I'm going to be on with CMH. It's Tri-County, it's all the controllers and that meet and have the discussion. And usually in that meeting, they say, these are our projected costs. So I will bring that information back. If the position is that we don't extend additional funding, you're correct. Like if their hard costs for personnel, say, go up 5%, they may say if the county's unable to do additional 5, we may end up having to reduce the number of staff hours that are available for Eaton County residents, using that as an example. But we just wouldn't solicit it, but as I get that information, we will pass it through the board is what we're suggesting.
I'll be on that call with you.
Yeah, I'll see you then.
Commissioner Haskell.
Yeah, I get not soliciting. I'm curious though, like what, there'll still has to be some sort of line of communication there, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're gonna send the letter stating that we're not soliciting if they have any questions, and they will definitely reach out, I'm sure.
Right, because I do think it's important for us to understand, you know, keeping it status quo, what impact that makes, because our costs are rising, their costs are rising too, so there's gonna be some changes somewhere.
I don't disagree, but what we can do is in the letter say, if you think this will adversely impact your operations, please let us know, and maybe have them send like a 1 or 2 pager. So we haven't written the letter yet, that's why we wanted to start here. And we can just include that as a line so you all are aware of the potential impacts that could have. And also noting, you know, Barry Eaton District Health Department, it may be that you all say, we want to help them pay for an audit, and discussions happen with the commissioners that sit on the health board and have that and split it with Barry, right? Those things can still happen. Just at this point, it's the letter, just letting them know. The reason that we haven't reached out to ask what they need is because where we're at.
Okay, yeah, I go back to like last year thinking about how CMH came in and said like, hey, when this cut happens, we're not gonna be able to expand services like we did in we wanted to do in Eaton Rapids or anything. So I thank you. I just want to make sure that communication continues.
Okay, I'll add it, yep.
Any other questions? All right, on to item C.
Oh, yeah, if you could move it as a body, that'd be good.
Oh. Do we need an official motion or just a consensus?
It's on the floor, I think.
Oh, excuse me, all right. Motion on the floor then. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, thank you, everyone. Now we're on to item C, Capital Improvement Program.
So just briefly, we typically do these in April. The document is a bit of a heavy lift, and it's a larger, closer to 50, 60-page document. There are portions of it that kind of remain unchanged. It's like an educational document of explaining what a capital improvement program is, why they're important, where they come under statute. So that stuff doesn't change. The dollars of what facilities and tech services are forecasting over the next 6 years is really where most of that time comes. Was not able to get it done today, but it will be available for you next month. It's the 6-year projection for projects over $25,000. We also have a section in there where we talk about drain infrastructure and vehicles. So the goal will be to have that whole thing updated and available for you to review next month. That's why we struck it. The next, any questions?
Any questions for Ben? All right, Ben, you now have permission to move along.
Thank you. This is a different process, but I think it's a natural evolution. You all adopted a fund balance policy last year, which is kind of what we discussed with the, what? Okay. We discussed a fund balance policy that led to the adoption of a target. Thank you. So for this year, what I'm proposing is that we adopt a target similarly to what we did last year. with a small modification, and then next month I'll bring a fund balance policy that's updated with an administrative recommendation that we would move. The target update for this year, we would say at a minimum, we keep the 10% threshold, which is based on the prior year total expenses. So the Board of Commissioners says 10% of what we spent last year, we will hold in reserves. If we have to adopt a budget that dips below that point, you all committed to taking a plan of saying this is how we get back above 10% in the next 2 fiscal cycles. So first off, adopt the 10%. I'm proposing adding an additional 5% consideration for the budget process. So what that means is you do the minimum of the 10, below that is where you have the corrective plan that you adopt yourself, and then add 5 for budgetary. So if there are items that need to get funded or want to have available, you have that 5% to work from. And then at the end of the budget process, if you're able to do it, you can either keep that extra 5% as fund balance at the end of the budget, or you can say, we would like to allocate that 5% to MERS, Retirees Health. Part of the policy recommendation we will have will be administrative recommendation of how to allocate those funds, maybe 80% to MERS, 20% to Retirees Health, or 5% to a program that helps preserve revenue. That recommendation will be part of next month. So for this month, it'd be the 10 minimum and the 5% consideration. Now that the audit's done, we know what our carryover unrestricted fund balance is, and that's the number before you, which is $9,813,718. And you can see the 10% what that adopted target is, at the 15 what it is. For the unrestricted fund balance, we would run that through whatever allocation we agree to next month, and then at the end of the budget, you could then kick the other 5 through the same process if you decide to. This would be a framework we'd like to build into the fund balance policy so it carries over, you can use each year.
Any questions, Commissioner Shaver?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the, as the new guy, I'll ask this question, but what is the normal fund balance for a healthy county government? Is it the 10% or is it higher than that?
So when we looked at the policy, most of the communities we were comparing to, it was 15%. Because we were looking at a budget where we were doing so much in cuts, we thought, let's do 10 and see where we're at. I would say we could stick at the 15, which this form of policy would allow you to do. But my hope would be we can have these discussions at this level for a few years, because I think our objective, as much as we can, is pay as much into MERS and that unfunded liability. And then maybe once we feel like we've made good progress, then we kind of drift closer to 15, and maybe that becomes the new minimum. But 15 was kind of the one we saw most counties that had this policy in place.
So to be clear with this, this would be adopting a 10% and then an additional 5%, which then could be or will be used to help retire legacy retirement.
Yeah, you nailed it. And the way
could
that
be or it
additional
will be?
5 would work is at the end of the budget, if through the budget process you ended up spending 1.5% of that 5, then at the end you can say, what do we do with the other 3.5? You can either retain it for the fund balance or say, let's plug it in the same way we did the 3.6 million at the beginning of the target adoption.
And do we have funds from last year that are above our target?
Yes.
Am I
So
reading that correctly?
correct, that's exactly so. And this is a lot of the position savings from vacant positions and departments trimming and not doing projects and not purchasing assets and equipment, right? So that 9.8 million is the total balance. At the 10% threshold, you'd be looking at the 5,737,000. So at the minimum, that's the unrestricted fund balance that's in play.
So this might not be the right time to ask this, but I'll ask it anyway. Should we be considering the excess amount over the 10%, investing that into the MERS from last year?
That's would be my administrative recommendation, but I would want to codify it in the policy. So that's what I'll bring you next month is if you say do the 10%, then I'll have, this is how I think we should allocate the 5 million. If you're good with the 10% with the 5% holding, we would immediately allocate 3.6 and the remaining we would do at the end of the budget, depending on what you guys want to do with it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Part of the reason, if we can do that 3.6 right away, you get it into MERS, you get it into the market. With the market as what it is, it's actually, that might have the ability to appreciate, right? So anyway, so the sooner we get the money to MERS, the sooner it can start working on our behalf. But yeah, that's kind of the reason for segmenting it the way that we're talking about.
I like the idea of 15%, if I can be honest with you. I would like language that said that that's what that 5% or whatever the overage was would be used for, not just could be used for. But those are my thoughts.
Excellent. Okay.
Are you sure? Okay, this is for Ben and Melissa from a personal, professional position. Are you good with these numbers, the target number?
I am.
You are, okay.
Yeah.
Melissa?
I am as well, partially because I have always wanted not just a target for us administratively for saying, here's what our budget next year should look like, but also how can we reinvest some of those funds that position savings created to put that towards our unfunded liabilities, particularly the big one of MERS. We need to get pushing through and get that MERS payment down for our communities, for ourselves. When you look at how much is our legacy cost versus how much is our active employee cost, it's astounding the difference. So we really want to get those under control to the point where we can start restoring services and make sure that we are the most robust county that we can be. Yes.
And I'll add one thing, it might be helpful for Commissioner Shaver's thoughts too. So prior to Connie Selby becoming controller, we used to use called the historic margin, which essentially was over the last 10 years, how much fund balance carryover have we had each year? And we were able to use that as part of the upcoming budget. So we ceased that practice plus adopted the minimum, if that makes sense. So not only have we adopted a minimum, but we also said we will no longer treat the vacancies of this year as money to appropriate right off the bat next year. So that's already been built into this, this model, just for additional context. So from a budget standpoint, we are being far more fiscally sound than the years leading up to what we went through.
Me hearing what you two have just said makes it easier on my vote. Okay, so I don't want there to be any negativity towards these numbers, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking of that, like that extra 5% when we're talking about locking ourselves into contributing that to MERS, I do believe that that's like the most like prudent place to put the money if we can. I do worry about losing some flexibility though, because like if our facilities director came in and said like, hey, that wall is failing, I can fix it now, or you can build a whole new, room or building next year, then I'm gonna want that flexibility within that 5%. So, I prefer to keep some line of flexibility there and then leave it up to us as a body with, our leaders and those advocates on the board to kind of push us towards that as a consensus building instead of, locking us to it.
Totally agree. In the policy that I have in my mind that I've started writing, I will do that. And even after you get through the budget, like I said, if you only spent 1.5% on such things as like you described, there's still the 3.5. And to Shaver's point, you could just say, we're committing that as a minimum for this year, and then it will be on the books next year. For the unrestricted fund balance, that's the part for that, like 3.6 would be immediately, let's wash that and push that right into where it needs to go on day one. But yeah, that 5% is meant to be deliberative as part of the budget process for you all. So I agree. And on the MERS piece as well, I think when we get our next evaluation, I'd like to, as much as possible, see if we put 4 million in, what was the return on investment in terms of reduced personnel costs, so that I can try to factor that a little bit. So the conversation you can have as a board and with members of the public, for every million we commit, X number of savings, which impacts everybody associated with our personnel costs, contractual services included, right? Obviously, market, we have no control over in a perfect world, but we will always be in a better position having allocated additional assets, even if the market is not looking good at the moment, right? So everything we're doing is in the right direction. So very, very comfortable with these numbers. And I think it gives you all latitude to discuss funding priorities. And the conversation we had with the townships was that 10% is the floor. So if you're here, the county adopts a budget below that, that's when you all get your pitchforks and come in and say, what are you doing, commissioners? So that 5% gives you the ability to make those judgment calls while still tackling the unfunded.
Commissioner Wright.
Well, I was just thinking too that I'm more like Commissioner Haskell, that to keep some in case we need a quick emergency situation. I do want to give Mayor some money. So I'm good because I operate at home like that with an emergency fund.
Yeah.
We're supposed to.
And when I bring that next month, I'll mention, I think if it's a year, so we have the capital improvement bonds, which have been really helpful. A number of the big projects Chad's working on are those. But he is able to tap those for emergencies as long as they fit the context. So we do have that funding until July of 2028. So in the back of your mind, know what recommendation I bring next month will know that Chad's got about $3 million that he's got to spend by July 2028. So we keep in touch on that. A lot of that's elevators and stuff, but there's still plenty of projects over. And there's a second series option on that. So I think originally we bonded for up to 12, and we only took about half in the first tranche for the bank drain and then the rest for facilities. If the board decided you could renew for a second series of bonds for capital infrastructure, that's how we had built that initially. But those will be discussions we'll have in future years. But good to know from a capital facility improvement standpoint, that's there.
I would also say that, to your point, that, fear of, those unknowns, with a 10% fund balance, that still leaves $4 million of fund balance that's unrestricted to still work on things that if something comes up, if a boiler needs to be replaced, but we can't use capital improvement funds, we would still have that flexibility to still be able to use that. It would just be much more narrowed in scope so that we're not carrying things and an employee looking at our fund balance and going, well, why couldn't you give me a higher raise? We can look at them and say, we've reinvested this money. Yes, you had a really rough year because you had coworkers that left. You had position savings that were realized throughout our budget. So let's reinvest this back and not leave it in our fund balance. So that's just to give some additional context.
Any other questions, comments?
I would move the resolution as written.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion? Anything that needs to be clarified before we vote on this? All right. Motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? We now have a fund balance resolution. Use it wisely. All right, next on our agenda is limited public comment, and it appears to be very limited. However, we have motion in the audience.
Court Administrator. I just wanted to thank you for supporting the court's restructuring of our positions in our departments. And we worked very hard on coming up with some creative ways to hopefully fill our needs in our department. And I know we're not done. I know this will have to go to the full board next week, but I appreciate the approval, the support from this committee, and hopefully will make a huge difference for our operations in the courts, and we can make some headway in some of the things that we're falling behind on. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, before we adjourn, I need to address something with Logan, just briefly. You wanna address this on the record? All right, we've got a document in front of us. It's not anything pertinent. It's just information for the commissioners, and I've asked Logan to address this after we adjourn, just briefly, so. Yeah, do I have a motion for adjournment? Motion. All right, we are adjourned.